All right, everybody, welcome to tonight's City Council meeting of Tuesday, April the 9th. I'd like to welcome everyone here, and as is traditional when we start our City Council meetings off, we like to do it with the singing of O Canada. So let me introduce our singer for the national anthem, Andy Kolanico, if I've got that right. Did I got that right, Andy? Yep. Okay, good. Andy spent years as the front man for rock band Revive the Rose. After that, his musical journey took a turn toward country music. He made his live debut in the genre to a sold-out show in Oakville at the Moonshine Cafe. Andy's known for his online local food reviews and partnering with Taps Brewhouse here in downtown Niagara Falls and their best-selling craft beer named after his band, Revive the Rose. He's hosted live outdoor mini festivals in their parking lot every summer for the past 4 years right downtown in Niagara Falls. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Andy to sing our national anthem this evening in Niagara Falls for the very first time. Sure.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Thank you.
Andy, well done. On behalf of council and all of our residents here, we want to say great. You made us proud to be a Canadian tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well done. Well, that's the good news, folks. The bad news is all downhill from here, so hang tight. Next up is our land acknowledgement and traditional Indigenous meeting opening. We acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who were stewards of this land for a millennia before us. I'd like to invite Brian Kahn, who is a local artist of Métis descent and an advocate in the Indigenous community, to share his testimony.
Fancy, Brian Kahn, Natishikashan, Niagara Falls, Newicket, Metaneska, Wakamakana, Gilene Wak, Mushkagewak, Ekwamiti. So, hello and greetings to all. My name is Brian Kahn. I live in Niagara Falls, but my ancestors, they come from the north, from the far north. They are the Moose Cree, and I am Métis. So I'm going to start the meeting today with what is known as a traditional opening. And we don't know what your day was like as everyone gathers here in the meeting.
Technical glitch here, folks. Bear with us.
To him for all of the gifts that he has given to us. And the greatest of those gifts is the gift of Mother Earth. And through her, we are given additional gifts. Plants and medicines that grow from the ground. And we are grateful to each and every one of them, for they nourish us and they heal us as we continue through our journey. We are grateful to the Tree Nation, because the Tree Nation, the trees stand tall and proud, and they provide us with the materials to make our homes. Traditionally, they provided the materials to build our fires for staying warm and for our ceremonies. The trees and the forests and the lands are also a place for all the two-legged, the four-legged, the swimmers, the crawlers, the flyers, and we are grateful to each and every one of them. And when I think of all of those gifts that the Creator has given to us for us to use, we must be reminded is enough for those who follow behind us, whether it's those who followed the next day or those who followed for generations to come. And those are the teachings of my ancestors. We are grateful for the four winds that blow and the four directions that surround us. With that brings the change of season and new opportunities. At this time, it is a time of harvesting of those plants. And with that, we take one of the sacred medicines, tobacco, and we lay it on the ground as a gift to Mother Earth for giving us that opportunity to grow and nourish that plant or that medicine, which ultimately comes back to us. So we're grateful for that harvest that we have. Living in Niagara, we're surrounded by water, and the water is so important. It makes up a good part of our body, and it also provides us with refreshment throughout the day. But more importantly, it is through water that we have our very first homes. Before we were born, we lived within water, within our mothers. So we're grateful to that water. I look to the sky and I see Brother Sun. He's out there and he provides us with light and warmth. Whether he's shining bright or whether hidden behind the clouds, he's there and we know he's there and we are grateful to him. At the night skies, Grandmother Moon, she shines high and strong and bright. And we are grateful for the gifts that she brings to us. But with that, we are grateful how she influences our bodies and influences the waterways, so that through Grandmother Moon, through the water, and through the women of our nations, that our future generations are born. We are grateful. And finally, I look to the night sky and I see the stars that are up there. And I am told that those stars are our ancestors. They're watching over us. They're guiding us. They're leading us along our journey. And so with that, I will say hi, thank you, merci, miigwech.
Thank you to Brian Kahn, and hopefully we can figure out our little technical glitch and do better next time. So thank you to everybody, and thank you to Brian. So first order of business, Council, I am looking for an adoption of the minutes from our City Council of March the 19th. Motion by Councillor Ruth-Ann Nieuwesteeg, seconded by Councillor Thompson. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Now looking for any disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Do we have any disclosures of council? Yes, Councillor Nieuwesteeg?
Yes, with the Summer Street issue, I'd like to speak to it, but I do have property in that area, so it's not really a conflict, but I just want to be clear about that.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, are we okay with that as it is, or do you need anything more?
Just as usual, we would just need to put that in writing.
Yep. If there's no other disclosures, we'll move on to everybody's favorite part of the meeting, which is the mayor's comments. And bear with me here today. First off, we start off with obituary. We offer our sympathy to the following families: of Eleanor Waters, mother of Sue Serbo of our planning department; Linda Halliday, the mother of Lee Halliday of our bylaw department; to Amanda Symington, the wife of Ken Beeman, retired city solicitor; Alan Malloy, stepfather of Paul Brown, our manager of parking; and to Laura Carroll, retired city staff member from the mayor's office. And as well, special offering of sympathy to the family of Gord Singleton, Niagara Falls athlete of the century, who recently passed away. And I'm sure everybody saw something in the paper, and there will be an event in front of the falls next Wednesday. Anyone interested, the details are available online, and you'll be able to go to my social media as well. Now, changing direction here a little bit, I'm just going to take my jacket off. I'll explain to you a second why I'm doing this. I took a bet. I bet on our Junior C Riverhawks to beat the Peach Kings, the Grimsby Peach Kings, and unfortunately, we didn't work out too well. In fact, they referred to it as a sweep. Do you know what a sweep is? That's 4 games in a row. And the deal was, the loser had to wear the other team's jersey during the council meeting. So in keeping my promise,
Aren't they supposed to throw peaches at you?
well, the peaches come later. They're just not in season yet, Counselor. So I'm going to wear this Peach King jersey just to show that I'm going to keep my promise and that it'll remind me to never take that bet again. So congratulations to the Peach Kings Junior C. And I know then they play Dundas, and I think who are they playing now, Counselor Baldinelli? Do you know? No, you don't know? Okay. So anyway, that'll explain why I'm wearing this right now. So congratulations to the Peach Kings and everybody in Grimsby. I hope you're having a good laugh right now. So here I am. I don't know if anybody noticed. Yesterday we had an eclipse happen. I don't know if anybody noticed. I just want to start by saying thank you to city staff. City staff worked very hard. And I mean, whether that was our fire chief, Joe, and all of our firefighters, whether that was our frontline workers, our CAO, our museum workers, our rec and culture, our mayor's office, our entire city worked so hard to pull this off. We hosted the biggest event in the planet yesterday, once in a lifetime. The next one won't be for 120 years. And I know Councillor Patel was down there as it happened. It was pretty kind of crazy that we were all concerned. The weather was great on the Sunday. It was great on the Monday afternoon. It was great today. The sun came up. It was a beautiful sunrise in the morning as I rode my bike from City Hall down to Table Rock. I thought it's going to be a great day. Well, it got cloudy and it got cold and it got windy and it was misty. And just all the media, all the national media of Canada were down there, set up, and it was exhilarating as part of the media. All of a sudden, the skies cleared up right during the eclipse, and we got to experience the total solar eclipse over the falls, to see the birds acting funny, to see the bats flying, to see all nature realigning. It was absolutely incredible. And to start it off, first we heard the American side. Everybody there started roaring as the sky opened up. And then it was contagious. Then on the Canadian side, everybody roared again. And everybody took it in. It was a pretty exciting event that day. The Parks Police and the police had figured there was about 200,000 people here. We didn't get the 2 million number, or the million number that they're originally speaking of. Two reasons: the weather, and secondly also the declaration of the emergency. A lot of people stayed away. They were concerned and they didn't want to take a chance in case there was an emergency. There was no emergency. It was a great day. We were over prepared. We had porta potties everywhere. The GO train, it was amazing to see thousands of people getting off every train, many of them walking down the trail along City Hall right to the parks area. It was a very, very exciting day. And it put us on the front of the page, top of the fold, right around the world. We did all the major media of the world were all here. So anyway, it was good for Niagara Falls to be spoke of in such a positive way. And I think this is going to go a long way to helping us recover with international tourism, which has lagged ever since COVID. So anyway, I just want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you to our police. Thank you to our partners, the Parks Commission. Thank you to Niagara Falls Tourism. We had a lot of people involved helping to pull this event off. They pulled it off without a hitch. I think everybody made me proud. They made everybody proud. And one last little bit, if that wasn't enough, the day was done. I had to ride my bike back to City Hall last night to do some more media. And I got a call if I had a little bit of time to meet with James Cameron. Niagara Falls' own, or Chippewa's own, James Cameron was here for the solar eclipse. He was walking in the crowd. We had people from all over the world here. I've never seen so many American plates in the city since COVID. And it was amazing. So I said to him, "What brought you here?" And he goes, "Are you kidding? You think it's the biggest event in the world, once in a lifetime. You don't think I'm coming back to my hometown to experience it with everybody here in Niagara Falls?" So he came down. He was blown away with how much Niagara Falls has changed. He said, there was no casinos here before, the tall buildings. He goes, "Wow, I cannot get over." So it was a great visit. He had a lot of fun. It gave me a chance to tell him, I bought a pinball when I was sick a number of years ago. I always wanted a pinball machine. And I bought a pinball machine, and I didn't care what one it was. I just wanted one from the 80s or the 90s. And I got one. And it was Terminator 2. And of course, that was one of the movies he did. He did Titanic. He did a lot of great movies, right? Avatar, pretty famous guy. Anyway, Niagara Falls' own James Cameron was here, and he plans on coming back and doing some neat things here. So I'll leave it there, but what a way to end off an amazing day here in Niagara Falls. So congratulations to everybody. Now, unfortunately, Councillor Strange isn't here right now. but I did want to acknowledge him. Mike's a 3-time Olympic boxer, the only boxer in Canada to ever do that, in 92, 96, and 2000. Commonwealth Games, he was a champion, winning gold in 94 and 98. And he was just recently inducted into the Canadian Amateur Boxing Hall of Fame on March the 23rd in Calgary during the National Amateur Boxing Championships. He's going to join other former Hall of Famers like Lennox Lewis, Willie DeWitt, Sean O'Sullivan, Dale Walters, and Scotty the Bulldog Olsen. Congratulations to Mike Strange, Niagara Falls' own Mike Strange. We're really proud of him. Unfortunately, he's not here right now, but we didn't want to let this time go without acknowledging him. So if you'd help me, I know he's not here, but he'll feel your love. We can just put our hands together and congratulate Mike Strange. Appreciate it. So just a couple events just to quickly highlight on the screen. We had our mental health fair at the Exchange. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the picture of me with Jacob, a counselor from Ward 4 in Chippewa, who I don't ever want to see again. Don't put him on the screen anymore. Kidding. So we had our mental health fair at the Exchange, our newest facility in Niagara Falls. I was joined by Councillors Patel, Nieuwesteeg, and Councillor Lococo. And was there anyone else, Councillor Lococo, do you recall? No? Okay. So thank you to all for being involved and having a great showcase and a great facility to showcase this event. I don't know if Councillor Coco, you had anything you wanted to add to this or no? Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was the first of its kind here in Niagara Falls, and it was very well attended. There were workshops that people could attend. They were free. There was a lot of vendors within the mental health profession. There was Canadian Mental Health Association. They were there, and there were a lot of other vendors there as well. It was very educational. It gave people a safe place to come and talk to other people. Some people would talk to other people and say, you know, I didn't want to come this morning, but I did drag myself out of bed, and I'm happy that I came. So it was very well attended, and I think it really meant a lot to people here in Niagara Falls, and I hope they continue it in another year. And it was at the Exchange, which was wonderful, our brand new event place there. So it was very, very good.
Thank you for sharing. And you're right. You know, when you break your leg or your arm, you have a cast, everybody can see and nobody questions it. But when you've got a mental health challenge, or you're depressed, or whatever the case is, we still need to talk about it and deal with it in the same way. So it's good that we had this event. Chair Bradley had a State of the Region address, which took place at John Michael's Banquet Hall. So happy to attend that with our CAO. We had Comedy for Kidneys, great local fundraiser in the community, and I was joined by Councillors Patel and Nieuwesteeg as well, as we raised money for dialysis here in Niagara Falls. The community Easter egg hunt took place at Firemen's Park. I was joined by Councillor Patel that day, and it was a good day. It was a successful day. We also had another one the following day at the soccer club that was on at Mitchelson Park. So we had 2 of them this year in Niagara Falls. So it's good. We had a lot of place for all the kids to get their chocolate. Niagara College had their Renaissance Gala this past Saturday night. I was joined by Councillor Patel, Councillor Strange, and I see Ms. Pignarti was there as well. So it was great to have everybody there for a good cause for the Niagara College Foundation. Minister Piccini was here for announcements in Niagara Falls, Labour Minister, and we're happy that he's here pushing more students to go into the trades with a program with our local unions here, the IBEW union here in Niagara Falls. And I'd like to thank Councillor Patel for representing the city at the Balti Indian Restaurant event, and she was joined by Councillor Nieuwesteeg. So thank you to both of you for being there and representing the city. And we did have a couple of business openings. We had a grand opening of Craig's Cookies, which is in the Fallsview Casino. Unbelievable assortment of cookies. I was joined by Councillors Nieuwesteeg and Patel as we tried some of their delicious cookies. We're the 9th location. So congratulations on Craig's Cookies. And lastly, I had a grand opening of Pizza Formaggio food truck down on Beaver Dams and Kaler area. And you might see this food truck, so if you get a chance, come out and support the gentleman starting this up. Our next council meeting will be Tuesday, April the 30th. So we will now move along on our agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the appointments, deputations, and presentations portion of the meeting. And I see our first order of business is, I'm going to go to our clerk to ask him to introduce it if he would.
Sure, thanks, Your Worship. We do have a number of presentations this evening, so we do ask and remind all speakers to please limit your presentation to 5 minutes or less. The first is the Rotary District Conference. The District Governor-elect for Rotary, David Alexander, he's requesting to speak before Council regarding an upcoming Rotary District Conference.
David Alexander, former Welland City Councillor. Welcome, Mr. Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm Dave Alexander. I'm District Governor-elect for District 7090, which is a group of clubs from upstate New York and this part of Canada. We go from Batavia and Jamestown all the way over past Hamilton and Brantford. So we're about 65 clubs, almost 2,000 members. And we are an international humanitarian organization. We're in over 220 countries around the world, 1.4 million members, and we've been at it for about 120 years. And we welcome people from all walks of life to join us at one of our local meetings. So some of you may recall, I came before you around 2007 to have Niagara Falls consider and bid on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities conference that was held here in 2014. That was a significant conference for that organization, and I think for Niagara Falls, because it allowed you to show off the Scotiabank Centre. What I'm proposing in front of you today is something a little more lower scale, and the time frame is a little shorter, but the cause is pretty important. And one of the things that I want to do is work with Rotarians, but also with other folks in other service clubs, in other organizations, to have a conversation that's really important, and that is about volunteering. We are interested in hearing from a wide variety of organizations about issues around volunteering. And what I'm proposing is that we bring together a number of these organizations to have a conversation about this here in Niagara Falls, or at least somewhere along the border, so that it's central into our district, and it's a binational event, and something that we can envision to see happen year over year. So Rotary is a convening organization. Clubs have speakers every week, and what we intend to do is, in a way, scale this up a little bit. We want to make sure that we're inclusive. We want to have a variety of opinions and views, but the root issue is, how's your volunteer base doing? How is it changing? What's the state of the sector? So the morning would be that kind of snapshot, and then in the afternoon we pivot and we would do a workshop on, all right, how do we work together as partners across our entire geography? We might have some examples come in from other communities to show us how they do it, but I think it would be a uniquely interesting model, especially if it's within that binational framework. So what we need right now is a venue. We need to have a spot where we can host about 300-400 people for this conversation. We want to make sure that this kind of event is, for the first time, goes off without a hitch, and I need to be able to have conversations with many other organizations, but I want to be able to go to them to say we have a venue. I have a date in mind. That's October 26th. That's a Saturday. So that's far enough in advance that we can put something together for the first time, so that we can get, that 200, 300, 400 people in the room. Because I think that with 65 clubs, each club can bring a couple of their key partners who would be interested in on this conversation. And that as we get there, there'll be a couple of larger organizations that would want to be able to add their voice to this. And so you can imagine the networking that can happen. And we would want to see this done again year over year. So, Mr. Mayor, that's my request to council. Would be helpful to have, if we go further, it would be helpful to have a point person to help in on with this. and be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great, thank you. I've got Councillor Patel and Nieuwesteeg.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Dave. And I'm a proud Rotarian just the way proud you are. So you know how Rotarians are. And we are very proud of the work we do. And what you're asking for is a venue in Niagara Falls. And I would have to ask our General Manager, Kathy Moltenhammer, if she has something in mind. Because the way I see it is opportunity for our city. If we have 65 clubs coming to our city, they all come into Niagara Falls from different cities, including US. So they will have, we will have somebody taking something back from Niagara Falls, telling people there's what we have here. So I think it's just a kind of a networking opportunity for Niagara Falls. So I would like to see if we can find some venue for hosting the event, and I will leave that to the staff.
So maybe we
Thank
can,
you.
when we're done here, make a motion and direct it, whether it be Surge in Economic Development or Kathy are working together to figure out an appropriate venue that we could host that. That'd be terrific. Okay, well, I'll come to that one sec. I've got Councillor Nieuwesteeg, and then I'll come back.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Peach King Mayor.
What's that?
Peach King
Yeah,
Mayor.
Peach King Mayor.
And thank you, David, for the presentation. But I want to applaud you for having this conversation about volunteerism. It's something we've taken for granted for years. People always did service before self. And I think the first time when I started to notice that volunteerism was kind of at risk was when they started mandated in high school that they had to have volunteer hours. When I was a kid, we just volunteered. We did lots of things. We understood the benefit that we get from volunteering. And then lately, we've seen all these service clubs closing down. So there is definitely an issue, and I'm really happy that you're bringing it to the forefront. Anything that we can do as a Rotarian, like Councillor Patel, we understand the importance of it. And people understand what it does personally for them, the health benefits from volunteering. Maybe they would start to be more involved, but there's so many things. And really with volunteerism, it adds a luxury to society that we don't get otherwise. After I read your report, it made me think, last summer I just happened to be in Stanley Park, and there was this beautiful, beautiful rose garden, and it was done in 1904 by the Kiwanis, and it made me think, who's standing up making rose gardens like this? It's been around now for, 120 years, but those are things that volunteer groups together did, things that wouldn't naturally be done. And we're going to lose out as a society if we don't. So I thank you very much for doing this. And whatever, I want to support Councillor Patel with her motion, whatever we can do as a city to keep this conversation going, absolutely. And thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Patel, did you want to put a motion forward then, directing this to staff to come back with some potential
Sure.
appropriate
Yeah, I will.
locations? Okay.
Yeah.
Motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Thompson. Any other discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's great. So we'll look forward to coordinating with you, Mr. Alexander, and we'll see if we can't help get a location for the October 26th event.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for your time. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, what do we have up next?
Next up is the Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza. It's the third annual, and the organizer and chairperson of the Community Affairs, Eileen Tenio Kind, and a few others are here to make a presentation to council.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. We're here once again. It's our third year. My name is Eileen Tenio Hind. I am the chairperson of Community Affairs for the Ontario Festival of Culture, Arts and Sports, which is the organizing group of the Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza. Together with me is our president of OFCAS, Risa Gatbunton, who is also the chairperson of the Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza, and our vice chairperson, Gerald Concepcion, of our Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza. And we were, as I said, we were here in 2022, the first year that we presented this festival. At that time, it was a one-day festival in August, and although we thought we would be making baby steps, it wasn't. It was huge. It was a 4,000 people affair in 2022. That last year, we decided to make this a two-day affair. So we ended up again with 2 days in August, where we had again over 5,000 people that attended, and about 70 vendors, exhibitors, and community partners. There was a mix of residents of the region and out-of-town visitors. I have actually spoken to people, some of them from Mississauga, who had visitors coming from California for a huge family reunion, and they brought all their relatives and friends from California to this event. Also met some people from Quebec and also as far as Alberta. So for this year, we are expecting more than 5,000 people. And of course, we would like to invite once again, our City Council members to this event, and also to ask if we could put our event in the city's social media and website. So I'd like to get Risa here to continue and tell you more about this year's festivities.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Lord Mayor Jim Diodati and the City Council. Again, we are here to, actually, I am so excited to, again, invite everyone to come to our big event in Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza on August 3 and 4. Like what she said, we're making more excited this year compared to last year. So, and why is that? Because we want to really create more people coming to Canada, here in Niagara region, and saying that same thing as we did last year, we are partnered with different communities. As we know, Filipinos are more into if we have gathered one together in one place, we will help each other. And also, we have this more exciting event, segment that we have put in place, which is the international segment. This is not just for Filipino community, to be honest, because we're looking forward for more, and we are looking for other communities to be part of the event as well. And as well, we put up a cultural dance contest for this event so that everyone will see what really Filipinos can give to the Niagara Falls. And I would like to invite everyone. I'm really excited. Not just the food, not just the dancing itself, not just the sports, but there's more for us to bring in Niagara region. And Gerald will say something.
Can I just add something? Just short one. So excited too that my Committee of Community Affairs will have off-cast cares, which we have been doing. It's ongoing now this winter and last winter. And off-cast cares, we do collect non-perishable goods items, and we donate them to both Project Share and the Soup Kitchen. So we will be doing this at the festival as well for these 2 days.
Thanks, Tito Eileen.
Gerald, sorry.
No worries. I just want to make this one short. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Office of the Mayor, the City Council for supporting us for the past 2 years. Now we're here in front of you again to ask for your permission to extend the noise bylaw to 10:30 instead of 9 o'clock. It's going to be on August 3 and 4. We won't take that long, but just in case. And thank you very much for your time.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions or comments? And then we can address the request for the noise bylaw. Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
Just on the heels of the last presentation about volunteerism, I want to congratulate this group because they are doing exactly what we're looking for as volunteers, and this community is out there. We've been to so many of your events. You give back, you understand the true value of volunteerism. So thank you for doing that, and I think it's great to have, and I do know you like to dance, so we see that from your functions. So if it's the noise bylaw, absolutely, I would support extending it.
Do you want to make that motion?
Yeah, I would like to make that a motion.
Okay. So we've got the motion by, and then we'll go to any other speakers. Motion by Councillor Nieuwesteeg that for the dates Saturday, August 3rd and Sunday, August the 4th, that we give an exemption to the city's noise bylaw to all the music playing until 10 p.m. both those days.
10:30?
10:30 p.m. What did I say? I'm sorry, 10:30 p.m. Okay, so we got a motion by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. Do we have other speakers to the motion or to the group? Councillor. Okay, yeah. Yep, and as well, we're going to add you to the city's social media as well. Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for coming here. I really enjoyed the fiesta last year. And is there going to be car show again this year?
Car show?
Car show?
Yes.
Yes.
It was
we'll
really
do,
good
car
last
show.
year,
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
do.
So I'm already looking forward to it. So thank
Oh,
you very
yeah,
much.
For sure. Yeah.
Just make sure you come hungry, because there's a lot of food there.
Yes.
A lot of food and maybe a little bit of dancing.
A lot.
A lot.
Dancing.
Oh, yeah. Roomba.
2 days of Zumba.
Oh, yeah, Zumba, Roomba, it's all. Do we have any other questions or comments of council? Okay, seeing none, then we're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So
Thank you.
Thank you very
congratulations.
much, everyone.
Thank
All right,
you.
we'll look forward to helping you promote and helping you celebrate the event at Firemen's Park.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for coming out.
See you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk, what do we got up next?
The next presentation was to be for the Mist Music Festival. The presenter was not able to attend. This is their 75th anniversary celebration of the Filipino-Canadian friendship. The festival is taking place on Saturday, May 18th, 2024 at the Niagara Falls Convention Center. This event serves as the kickoff for the 75th year anniversary celebration of Filipino-Canadian friendship. This festival promises to be a spectacular event that will bring together members of our community in a celebration of culture, friendship, and unity. And had they been here before us, they would have been asking that council also look to extend the noise bylaw exemption request. It's so that the event organizers can play, have the playing of music until 1 a.m. And I know that sounds alarming, but I'm reminded that this is an indoor event at the Niagara Falls Convention Center. We have done this in the past. I don't believe there are any concerns of staff.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. So I've got a motion from Councillor Pietrangelo and seconded by Councillor Campbell that the noise bylaw extension request be granted for Saturday, May the 18th at the Niagara Falls Convention Center until 1 a.m. for an indoor event. If there's no comments to this, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous as well. Thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. What do we got next?
The next presentation is Family and Children's Services Niagara, otherwise known as FACS. They're here to speak about the Mountain View Lemonade Day, and we have with us here Jaden, and I believe he's here with his mother, who is the president, Caroline, and they're requesting to present before council to speak about the upcoming event.
Okay, welcome, Jaden
Thank you.
and Mom.
I'm going to pass it right over to him. He's way more interesting than me. You got this, buddy.
Good evening, and thank you for welcoming us to your meeting. I am very excited to share some information about the 3rd annual Mountain View Lemonade Day for FACS Niagara, which will take place on Saturday, June 8th. This is the 3rd annual event, and we are hoping for once again to receive your support and endorsement in this initiative. My name is Jaden Paul Gravia. The foundation has been around for over 25 years, raising money to support the mission of FACS Niagara. FACS receives government funding for core programs and services. However, the foundation exists to raise funds to further support children, youth, and families being served by the agency. The money raised by our generous donors supports programs and services for which the agency receives no government funding. A few years ago, my sister and I had an idea to make a lemonade stand because we wanted to raise money to send kids like us to camp. As you may recall, Mountain View Lemonade Day invites families to set up a lemonade stand in their communities to collect donations to support FACS and summer camp programs. Summer camp has so many social and emotional benefits that support children's positive growth and development. Thanks to our title sponsor, the Mountain View Building Group, 100% of the money raised goes to sending deserving children to camp. And we provide everything a family needs to host a very successful lemonade stand. Here you can see a quote from our CEO. I'm not going to read it. Yeah. There are so many children in our community who deserve an opportunity to be with friends, connect with nature, and make lasting memories. Families supported by FACS Niagara sometimes lack the financial resources to send their children to camp. And we truly believe that all children should have the opportunity to experience these childhood memories. which makes this event so important. This is a quote from one of our happy campers. It's hard to read, so I'm not going to read it. And we truly, So you can see here that this child benefited from all the summer camp has to offer, including making friends, doing fun activities, and learning new things. Last year, with the support of sponsors, families, and municipalities such as yourselves, we were able to raise more than $100,000 to send children to camp. This year, we are hoping for an even bigger and better event that can make a positive difference in the lives of even more families. So, what did $100,000 support? Last year, we were able to give more than 500 children in Niagara region a summer camp experience. This included sending children to week-long day camps within the region, and it also includes sending children to week-long overnight camps outside of the Niagara region. We also supported foster parents so they could take their children on camping excursions. We also were able to provide over 150 camp at-home baskets filled with everything kids need for summer, including things like scooters, sports equipment, and tennis balls. Sprinklers, other toys to help explore nature and keep kids active. Family and Children's Services provides a range of services in the community to help the children and Family and Children's Services provides a range of services in the community to keep children safe and families strong. They serve an average of 400 children in care of each month. They provide supports and services to more than 600 families and ongoing basis. Over the summer, summer camp is just one way that FACT supports families by giving kids the opportunity to make positive childhood memories, learn new things, and just have fun. We like to say Lemonade Day is for everyone. Thanks to our sponsors, we are able to provide everything a family needs to host a successful lemonade stand. This includes the stand itself, a banner, t-shirts, hats, lemonade concentrate, pitchers for serving, and cups and stickers. As you can see in the photo on the slide, families can also decorate their own stands to make them fun and engaging for everyone. Our sponsors ensure that every dollar raised goes towards sending kids to camp. There are no administrative fees, no direct cost to the families who want to participate. Registration will be opening on April 22nd. For more information can be found on the website or calling the foundation number on the slide. We would be grateful for Council's support and raising awareness and helping. To increase the number of lemonade stands in your community. We would appreciate you sharing on your socials or any other communication channels you have, and we respectfully ask you to declare Saturday, June 8th, 2024 as Mountain View Lemonade Day for FACTS Niagara. Thank you very much for your attention and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Good job, Jaden. Well done. Well done. That was a lot of information. Yes. It's not easy. It's not easy to talk in public, right? No, I know. It makes, I know. But you did a great job. So thank you for what you're doing. So I'm going to bring this to council, and we're going to get some direction on council. Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jaden. That was a really good presentation. So tell me about when you do your lemonade stands. Are there pitfalls? Do you have any recommendation for people who are doing it?
Just have fun.
Have fun. Yeah. Really good. Really good. Yeah. Do you remember how much money you made last year from your stand?
At my stand?
Yeah.
Actually, I have no idea.
Tough question, eh?
Huh?
You made
1,700 at my stand.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow. Wow. That's a lot of money.
I need to know that.
Yeah, that is a lot of money. So in addition to supporting, getting council support, which I think we all do, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Moldenhauser, with the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, is it possible that Councillor Strange and I sit on it, I'd like to take it back to them, but would we be able to set up our own stands in front of the McBain, the Gale, the Exchange? Am I missing any? Is it possible to do something like that? I don't know what the legalities of doing a stand, or maybe I should go to Spiniardi. Can we put a stand out there and help?
Ms. Moldenhauer, I know if any other staff want to support and weigh in too.
Yes.
What do we need?
Through to the mayor, we can definitely look into it, and I know it'd be great at McBain, and I'd actually recommend the park, because the park on the weekends is very busy. So we can look at our best facilities.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, the McBain Community Center Park.
Okay, and the Gale Center Exchange, like, can we, if we can get Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee
Yes, if
out
we can
there,
get enough
because they are kids too,
volunteers.
right?
Yes.
So, is there just 1 second, is there an age restriction for?
Nope.
Nope, so a kid is a kid?
Yep.
Okay, all right, then, they're kids. All right, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Jaden, I also understand, was there something else you're looking at doing potentially to draw more attention to the idea of lemonade? I don't know if yeah? Did you have an idea?
So if you're okay with it, we would like to ask to change the falls yellow.
Yellow with
as
lights though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's what I meant.
Okay, so I'll tell you what we'll do, because it's the illumination board who determines the color of the lights in the falls, and myself and Councillor Nieuwesteeg are members of that. It's made up of half Canadians and half Americans. So we'd be happy to take your request and bring it to the illumination board and have a special day to draw awareness to the officially the Mountain View Lemonade Day on Saturday, June the 8th. Is that right?
Yeah.
So we'd be happy to do that. What a great idea. What a great concept. So you know what I'm then going to do? So I've got a motion from Councillor Nieuwesteeg to declare that day, again, Saturday, June the 8th, Mountain View Lemonade Day in Niagara Falls, and to put in a special request for staff to come up with some possible locations at city facilities where we can also sell lemonade, and also put an application into the illumination board to turn the falls yellow with lights.
The lights.
Okay, that's right. So I've got a motion by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Do we have any discussions to the motion? Seeing none, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Great job, Jaden. Congratulations. We're going to help you promote. Oh, and wait, I almost forgot. Can we also, and I forgot to add this in, that we help promote it through our city's social media as well. So can we do that as well? Okay, so we're also going to help promote it on our city's, our Facebook, our pages, our website, and everything else. Does that sound good?
Yep.
So Jaden, congratulations on behalf of all of us. I know you're here with your family. We know it took a lot of courage to do this. You did a great job, and we hope you can beat your number of 1,700 for this coming summer.
Thank you.
All right, great job, buddy. Great job. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Clerk, I understand we have one more item of interest for all the people in the chambers here today.
Yes, Your Worship, the last presentation is Amanda Jelma. She's a resident of Niagara Falls, and she'd like to address council on behalf of the residents and businesses in the Main Street, Lowell Avenue, and Summer Street area regarding the region's Summer Street shelter.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to have a hard time topping Jaden's presentation, so not as great news that we have to come to discuss today. Thank you for your time, Mr. Mayor, council members. I've been nominated on behalf of all of the residents behind us today just to discuss some of the concerns we've been having regarding the Summer Street, hopefully temporary shelter located at the corner of Main and Summer Street here in Niagara Falls. Personally, I'm a direct neighbor. I live on Lowell, right behind it. I've been a resident for 11 years. My husband and I have owned the property. We've raised our family here. But behind us, we have families that have been here for generations. We've got 20, 30, upwards of 50 years. And, you know, part of the issue here is that, you know, we feel our voices haven't been heard. We've reached out, you know, to members here as well as, you know, NRP, the region, basically trying to figure out how the shelter was brought to the location that it is, how long we expect to be, you know, having the side effects of the shelter, and what we do going forward. So I have a great big long list, which I'm not going to whittle down because we've got only 5 minutes. But firstly, we want to just say, we understand the plight of everybody in the shelter. It's a service that we really think is essential. The people working there are doing a great service, and they've been very accommodating, but ultimately all of our requests for information about the longevity of the shelter and future plans for the site have kind of gone unheard. So we have 5 points basically that we wanted to go over. First of all, point number 1 would be the neighborhood impact. So the biggest concern for us is safety and security for our family and the community. Commercial properties as well are experiencing issues. So daily, we are experiencing property theft, vandalism, stolen mail, break and enters, verbal threats from residents when they're caught trespassing on our properties, fighting in the streets, not just verbal fights, but physical fights in the street, in front of our children. So some of this is happening directly on Summer Street in view of 2 school bus stops. We have a member of the community, Andrew, who may speak further if we have further time, but this is where, kids walk to Stanford Collegiate every day, and they're afraid. We're all afraid, right? So the other issue that we're experiencing is the open drug use. So the region is allowing for drug use to be openly, done on the site. It's not a safe injection site. We've been confirming that with the NRP, with region staff, with shelter staff. It doesn't appear they're using inside, but they're definitely using outside. And not just on the property, but in the neighborhood. So every one of us has had incidents where we've had to pick up, use crack pipes, use syringes, Narcan, the packages for all of that, tinfoil with drug residue on it. It's not safe for our kids. So we can't have our kids play in our yards. You have to go and do a perimeter check every time. The park, the Coronation Park that was recently redone, full of needles, full of garbage. So that's just some of the things we're dealing with daily. The Niagara Regional Police have been great in responding with us, but there's only so much they can do. I don't think there's a person here who hasn't called the police once. Some of us are on first name basis with the responding officers, and they've been great, but they're experiencing the same frustrations. So that's our impact. Our second point is how we got here. How was it decided that this surplus city property is now available to the region? It wasn't listed for sale. Nobody had an opportunity to develop it, put an offer in. And who decided that this is the use of the property? We're in a residential neighborhood, very established communities. How did we get to a point where this was allowed in our neighborhood without our consultation? So the next item is zoning. So currently, all the information that we've been able to find notes this as general commercial zone. And the property itself, the building, is listed as a community hall. Based on the zoning bylaw of Niagara Falls, the community hall is explicitly, by definition, not to be used for overnight use. And for 3 years, we've been experiencing overnight use at this building. In discussions with the city solicitor, PECUNIARY, we were advised that the zoning had been amended, and we weren't consulted on this either. So per the Planning Act, every neighbor within 130 meters by law is supposed to be notified. And I'm sure you guys see these zoning amendments often in committee, but we weren't consulted. So we want to know when it was zoned, how it was zoned, because nobody will tell us what the zoning currently is, and what the future plans are. So residents have directly asked for this information. Everyone's gotten a little bit of a different answer. We're told new low-income housing is coming. It appears that's 43 units according to the region. We're not sure how that will fit on this site and the impact of that, or what populations we're serving. So the neighborhood on a whole is not opposed to the development. We are for development for low-income housing, for families, for seniors, people with disabilities. It's on a bus route. It's at a great location. We don't feel that the shelter is the best use of this space for the neighborhood. In addition to the zoning, we have concerns over the fire code and the current use of the building based on the building code. So there's 60 occupants on site. So, with the use of the building, it's a care and treatment occupancy. They're providing food, they're providing counseling, they're providing shelter, and they're providing cleaning services. So this, based on the building code, is a care and treatment occupancy. So if we were to build a new building today, a care and treatment occupancy for 60 people requires that every 4 people have private washrooms you can share with 4 people. So that's 15 individual washrooms plus an individual washroom for staff. Are those available? Because we're seeing people publicly urinating and defecating in the area. We know that there are no showers on site. There's a temporary trailer brought in that's not operational yet. So we're concerned not just for our own safety, but for the safety, security, and respect of the actual residents of the shelter, and the safety of the occupants and the, my apologies, and the staff that are there. So that's item 4. And then item 5, our big concern is the cost of this. So the operating budget of the shelter is $1.8 million annually. So at 60 residents, that's $30,000 per resident of taxpayer dollars. Would that be better used with these people, you know, supported in the community, not congregating in one area, being preyed upon by drug dealers and other people seeking to, you know, abuse their, that could, you know, really use that money. And we're feeling that, you know, it's a bit of a we're being taken advantage of as taxpayers. In addition to the cost to the taxpayers for the shelter itself, we're concerned about the cost of, you know, constant ambulance, fire calls, police response. You know, in addition to the cost of, you know, operating and giving them a home and something to eat every day, we have, you know, at times had 6 ambulances and 3 fire trucks and EMS on site. So how, you know, how can the city help us understand what the overall cost is to the taxpayer? And then also, you know, the residents are incurring costs. So, you know, we've all had to purchase security cameras, alarm systems, monitoring devices, replacing stolen or damaged property. We're missing time from work to accommodate for all of these things and to deal with police calls. Now we're saying, you know, we're being told we need to install fences. We have great neighbors. Our backyards are linked with chain link fence, and, you know, the residents of the shelter are using it as a byway to get to and from people's properties, you know, to inflict, you know, theft and things like that. Business owners are also seeing it on a similar scale. Insurance rates that they're paying are much higher, and I think they're impacted more because, you know, they have less of a stake in this, right? Daily, they're having to clean out their entranceways of all the refuse. They're having to install fences, deal with, you know, people outside that are affecting their business. Clients don't want to come in. So, you know, it's not just homeowners that are dealing with this. Those are our main points, but we do also have to submit to council a petition from 112 people that are impacted daily by this and have been for the past 3 years, as well as photos of the refuse that we're finding, people that are on our properties, some emails from people who aren't able to be here today. One of which, I don't know if we have time, was from Dr. Davidson, who shares a property line with the shelter on Main Street. If we have time, I'm not sure where I'm at.
Well, you know what we're going to do, just because you're representing a lot of people,
Yeah.
and we appreciate that rather than everyone speaking one person, so
Yeah.
finish up,
Sure.
and we'll give you a little extra time.
Okay, so I'll read Dr. Davidson's email. Dear members of the Niagara Falls City Council, I'm writing to express my profound frustration and disappointment regarding the recent establishment of a shelter adjacent to my dental practice at 5709 Main Street. The decision to place a shelter at this location without any prior consultation with the surrounding community has had significant negative repercussions for both our business and the local residents. During the information meeting prior to the shelter's construction, the reassurances provided by the Niagara Region Manager Nicole suggested that the presence of the shelter would not be disruptive to our operations or the community at large. However, the reality has been starkly different. Since its inception, we've been confronted with a multitude of issues that have profoundly impacted our daily operations and safety of our staff. Despite assurances to the contrary, we have witnessed a substantial increase in garbage accumulation around our premises, as well as the presence of drug paraphernalia such as needles, discarded tinfoil to burn methamphetamine, and individuals from the shelter have been observed loitering near our back door, even taking to sleeping in our bushes and on our porch. This is not only a security risk, but creates an uncomfortable and unsafe environment for employees and patients. Furthermore, the open drug use near the shelter has created an atmosphere of fear and apprehension for our staff and patients. We've been forced to install security cameras at our own expense to mitigate the risks associated with the increased criminal activity in the vicinity. If these issues persist unchecked, we may be left with no choice but to consider relocating our dental practice. Such a decision would have a far-reaching consequence, not only for our business, but also for the many local patients who rely on our services. It's deeply regrettable that the actions of the region have put us in this untenable position. In light of these concerns, I urge City Council to take immediate action to address the issues from the shelter. While I am sympathetic to the housing crisis in the Niagara region, the placement of the shelter in an established, tight-knit community has been nothing short of a disaster. It is unfathomable that the placement of the shelter was done without any consultation with the community. I implore you to consider the detrimental impact that the shelter has had on our business and the well-being of our community members. The shelter is destroying our community, and I plead that another location for it can be found. Sincerely, Dr. Andrew Davidson, DDS. We received as well emails from a local resident who operates a daycare at her home, and she's having issues with parents not wanting to bring their kids to the home. Other parents have emailed as well with similar complaints. We can't take our kids to the park. We can't walk the dogs. We can't go out at night, and we're essentially being held hostage in our own neighborhood. So I guess in summary, we're hoping that City Council can, provide us some transparency on how we got here and how we move forward, as well as give us a seat at the table for future decisions for this property.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done. That's a lot of information. So what I'm going to do, I'll go to council now. So I got Councillor Nieuwesteeg and Baldinelli, and then we will also, once we're done with council speaking, we'll come to our staff and we'll try to find out what, answers to some of the questions. How did
that
we
would be
get
wonderful,
here,
yes.
and next steps, yeah.
Okay.
Councillor
Thank you.
Nieuwesteeg.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, Amanda, great presentation. You made your concerns very loud and clear. I'm also a neighbor. I also am part of the main ferry, which I declared conflict, so I'm speaking because I truly understand this area. We've worked very hard as a business community to keep it going. So although we all appreciate we have an issue in front of us and we're all sympathetic to it, the residents have rights too, and right. I think you have rights and you deserve answers to your questions, and we're here to help you with them.
Thank you.
We don't know how this has happened, but we've heard loud and clear, and nobody should have to live fearing where they live. You should have a right, you're taxpayers, and there's never been an issue with this community before. So not to feel safe in your home, the added cost to just keep your property up, finding drug paraphernalia, you have children, absolutely unacceptable.
Thank you.
So we have to stand up and support you here. So I'm going to start asking questions on your behalf through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start with how did we get here from a zoning point of view, because that was one of your questions. And do I go through? Okay, I'm going to go to our CEO. So can you just shed some light on how this came to be without any consultation with the residents?
Okay. Mr. CAO.
Thank you. Through the mayor to councillor and to those in the audience. Since 1979, and in almost every municipality, there's zoning provisions that allow for government use of property for community good. And so if there is a community good aspect to it, then you don't have to go through this. There's kind of like an automatic zoning requirement. So there is no change in zoning for that. Recently too, there's been lots of legal, and in 2023 there was a Ontario human rights case on zoning specifically for shelters. At the end of the day, you cannot people zone. And I put that in quotations. And you hear a lot, and I know it's not intended to be, but you hear a lot of those people and and those type of comments. And the reality is the Human Rights Commission has been very clear on that. You cannot zone, you can't zone for people with handicaps. You can't zone for race, and you can't zone for economic level. Just because they look different from you, you cannot choose your neighbors. That's the law, that's the legal framework that's been established. Do I have significant sympathy and frustration with what's going on? Yes. Our staff, expends incredible amount of resources on this. The regional staff expends incredible amount of resources on it. But there's a simple mathematical issue here. If you're on Ontario Works in the province of Ontario, you get $733 to live off. If you're on ODSP in the province of Ontario, you get $1,308 to live off of. You can't rent a place in Niagara Falls for that. And that's where the court has said, listen, society, you have this shelter issue problem, you have a housing problem. Well, you have the tools to use it, because part of the tools that's there, now these are not city council tools, these are tools for the federal and provincial government. But they said you've essentially created a situation and you can't zone your way out of it. The other issue that's quite clear, these people are actually, people on poverty, people on disability insurance are actually protected. They're a protected segment under the Human Rights Code. And moving them out to some far reach places actually is not appropriate. The thing with Summer Street, I understand there's challenges, but it is actually a best practice approach that we're using. It is not just a shelter. This is a housing focused shelter. So in this case in particular,
excuse me. Here's the deal. I should have said this before when you clapped the first time. You have to maintain decorum in the chambers. There's no clapping, there's no talking, there's no booing, there's no cheering. That's just how it is in the council chambers. And I just ask you to be respectful. We can all agree to disagree if there's something you don't like, but that's not how we move it forward, okay? So I just ask you, please, not cheering, not booing, not commenting. We have a speaker here. She's been appointed to be your voice. That's how what you chose to do. She will be the person. So if you have something to give it to her. She will deliver it. And then the councillors will deliver it to the staff through me. That's how we maintain order in the chambers. That's all. Because if not, we just have, it'd be like a barroom brawl. We don't need that, right? So that's all I ask. It's okay. You can disagree. You can be upset. And I don't blame you for a second, okay? And I don't blame you if there's things that are going on, but that's not how we're going to solve this. We're going to have to solve it collectively, working through this. We got to deal with the region. We got to deal with police. We got to deal with our bylaw. We've got to deal with a lot of different agencies to make this happen. And the best way to do it is if we can come collectively and orderly. So if you would just help me, we're gonna through our speaker, through our councillors, and we're gonna get all the answers. We're gonna resolve this. We've resolved much bigger problems than this. We're gonna resolve it, but we got to do it in an orderly way. Okay? So we've got your petition. We know who everybody is. Let us go through the process. I know it's frustrating, and sometimes it's a little bit seems like a long way to go about it, but this is the only way it's going to get done. If not, the region's not going to listen to us. They're not going to listen. We got to go with a plan on how we're going to move forward. So I'm going to give it back to our CAO, please.
And in this case, the housing, the shelter at Summer Street is what's called a housing focused shelter. So they work there with those individuals that seek housing. Today, as I speak, there's people there who go to work every day. They just can't actually afford a rental place. That is not, someone that, they need that hand up, and there is. The statistics coming out of that shelter of people finding actual housing, I don't have it, and I'll get a report back from the region, is higher than in many other shelters. And Niagara Falls has taken a certain approach, and I look at the Councillor Campbell building that was named, that was a unique pilot project for deep needs individuals. This is another one that we're trying to put solutions on the table. It's not a warehouse for the poor. That's the old style for shelters. We didn't want that. Does bad things happen in the neighborhood? Yes. What have we done to respond to it? We have an integrated group that meets all the time. We'll have a report from the NRP. But we tried to put cameras up in that area, for example. The crime rate wasn't high enough to justify the cameras. You can say that, but this is what we're dealing. We're looking for solutions. We are trying to work through solutions. And
may I respond? Sorry, am I allowed to?
Well,
We'll let him
Yeah.
finish,
Okay, thank
and then
you.
you'll be able to respond to
Sure.
all the points.
Yeah.
And what, I just want to, just to cut in, our CEO's trying to explain to you, so we've got to go to the NRP.
Yep.
The NRP say to us, well, we're not getting enough reports of crime. And this is where we're going to come back to you and say, you need to help us by making reports so that we can justify, so we can do these things. That's what I'm saying. It's going to be a team effort. And believe me, we're on your side, but there's a way to do it. And we're not going to jam a square peg in a round hole. We got to do this the proper way. So we'll let him finish up and explain. He's just explaining. We asked, how did we get here? He's trying to explain. And what do we do next? We're going to try to answer that.
Thank you.
So I'm going to give it back to our CEO to continue on. Believe me, everyone will get a chance to, we'll address, we made a lot of notes. We're going to get to the bottom of all of it.
So the region, at the end of the day, needed a shelter in Niagara Falls. Point blank, period. There was the sale of it is when we sell a property or when another level of government sells a property, it's offered to other levels of government first before it goes out to public tender. So other levels of government have to pass on that. The region stepped up and paid for that property to address your shelter. They do have plans for the longer term to create that not just as a shelter but as an integrated housing provider. No different than Good Shepherd. For those who want to look at what Good Shepherd does in Hamilton, they have an integrated development in Hamilton. It's considered a best practice in North America on what they operate as. That would be their ultimate goal. Can they get there tomorrow? Can they get there next week? No. It takes a lot of money to do that. That building would have to come down, and they would need tens of millions of dollars to do that. Is that what the region wants to do? Yes. And at the end of the day, that's where the region's going. What I will do is we'll come back with very specific answers to these questions on, if a regional representative was here today, they would say that they got hassled by our fire and our building inspectors because they said we took too long because we insured it. I can 100% certify it passed fire code. It passed. They weren't allowed to jump through any shortcuts or anything like that. In fact, it was delayed because of ensuring that it was code compliant. I think I explained the zoning. Open drug use and safety and security. That's a challenge. I can say in multiple parts of the city. And if I talk to the residents downtown here or next to the library, or we've had incidences in Chippewa, it is unfortunately an issue that we're dealing with in society, and the ravage of fentanyl use in society has created something that no city has figured out, no municipality, and I would say that I am open to answers and solutions that are legally compliant and that actually drive a solution. We can't move the problem to somebody else's neighborhood. And I can't regulate or zone them out. It's against the law. All I can do is continue to expend more resources. This council has passed numerous budgets with frankly, cost increases that they didn't like. A lot of that, frankly, is driven by what's going out on the streets. My bylaw officers spend, now 40% of their time dealing with mental health and drug addiction issues. We've created a best practice situation, and you guys might think we're falling short, and I would argue that we are falling short. But every other CAO in the region wants to copy what we're doing. And I don't want to toot our horns because I don't think we're doing enough. But if you talk to the residents in St. Catharines or you talk to the CAO at St. Catharines, they can't believe what we do here with our NRP, with our bylaw, with our outreach workers. Do I wish it could be better? Yes, I do. But it's not going to be a City of Niagara Falls solution. It's not going to be a Niagara region solution. It's going to take, the province and other ones to go there. So I will commit to providing full answers to this with a report also from the Niagara region. And And the Niagara region actually has a report coming up on siting of shelters at the region, and I would encourage you to put input in when that comes. I think it's coming either later this month or next month. But at the end of the day, the courts are clear. You can't argue for safety. You can't argue for children being in the area. These things about 500 meters away from a school. The law is starting to say no, that's discriminatory zoning, that's people zoning, and you can't do that. And that's going to be a challenge, which means we need to change our practices, and the region needs to change their practices. The region did not want to operate that shelter. The shelter, the cost that you noted, yeah, it's more expensive than other shelters. But one of the reasons it's more expensive is because I wanted to make sure that there was a good provider there. And as a partner with the region, they said they would step up because there was too many issues when it was being operated, frankly, just as a drop-in shelter where we kicked them out in the morning. That was worse. So they stepped up. They paid more money for that. We agreed to increase bylaw patrols. The NRP has increased patrols there. So yeah, it's not just the $30,000 in cost, quite frankly.
Definitely, yeah.
It's a lot more. But we did that because we want to ensure that there is that this shelter can operate in harmony. Are we doing a satisfactory job of that? No. But I'm also not doing a satisfactory job here on Queen Street. I'm not doing a satisfactory job at the library. I'm not doing a satisfactory job at our old hockey arena. And some days I feel like it's a big game of whack-a-mole. But at the end of the day, someone needs to solve the core issue. You can't live off of $700 a month. And you give someone $700 a month and say, go live and be a productive member of society. It hasn't worked. I don't think it will work. And we need to figure something else. So yes, we are investing more into it. Yes, they're receiving counseling there. Yes, it's a housing-focused thing to try and get them, and we'll get the stats of how many people have come through that shelter and been housed. I'll even give you another wrinkle. The federal government will release someone from jail. They don't call us. They don't tell us. They just say, you got to show up at Summer Street, whether there's a bed there or not. They're discharged. So there's Shelter Street, Another level of government has said, take this person, they're on parole, you must deal with them. No coordination. So, as the mayor said, this is going to take, I'm not going to solve it. The region and us aren't going to solve it. It's going to require multiple levels. And I do appreciate, I know we've been on some phone calls together, and I do appreciate the fact that you do have, some empathy for what the regional staff are going through, and they do try to do it. And we hand out gift cards for them to do sweeps and clean up the neighborhood and stuff. And, and the challenge also is, a lot of times it's not the people in the shelter. And you noted that in your speech. It attracts other people.
It's a magnet for crime.
It's a magnet.
It's a magnet for drug dealers. It's a magnet for people willing to prey on the people who are there. Yeah, and it's unfortunate. But unfortunately, we're bearing the brunt, right?
I agree,
Right.
and we need to do more, and we'll bring in, I'll do a fulsome response. I'll have a response from Niagara Regional Police and from the region. But at the end of the day, no one has solved this problem at this point in time. We'll respond to it, but I think we got to continue to work together. And at the end of the day, it's going to cost a lot more money, frankly, to deal with this issue. And to get someone off of fentanyl and being productive in society is going to cost a lot of money. And we need to be prepared to write those checks, or, frankly, it's not just going to be your community, it's multiple communities.
Everyone, yeah.
So, Mayor, I wish I had a better answer for you, Councillor. The zoning has been there from 1979. Like, at the end of the day, when a government wants to do something, and the wording change that we had was substantially comply or materially comply with what was existing. It was ruled that it was compliant. It went through all the building inspections. It is the rules that we have for the disposing of property. Another government gets first crack at it. There's a pecking order that's there. It was bought. It's appropriately zoned. It passed all the building codes, and it's an appropriate use for that area. And like I said, the region is going to go through one for siting. You know, we can mention that to the regional councillors and the mayor when they go through that on what should be those conditions. But the courts, you know, the courts have been fairly clear, and the Human Rights Commission have been very clear about, you know, people zoning is not allowed. So I apologize for the long speech, but there's a lot of information there, and I thought it'd be good to try and do it all in one.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, and for clarity, I don't think anybody's talking about people zoning here. We're talking about behavior zoning. They didn't talk at all about who these people are. In fact, Amanda started at the beginning saying we're sympathetic to these people, and so did Dr. Davidson.
Yeah.
We all are sympathetic. What we're not sympathetic to is the behavior that goes along with it. And these people have a right not to have that kind of behavior and disrupt they have a right as well. And should be able to live in harmony. And when people come into the neighborhood and do exactly what Amanda's saying, we need to look at that behavior. It's not about zoning people, and I don't think they would care if the people were there if they behaved accordingly, and that's the real issue here. So I don't know how we get answers, but maybe we start looking at how do we monitor this behavior and stop this threatening to their way of life.
And, you know, if it's criminal behavior, it's the role of the Niagara Regional Police, and I'll have a response from the Niagara Regional Police with that.
Well, obviously, they're not.
But I, you know, unless it's criminal behavior, what do you regulate? Like, you know, what behavior are we regulating at that point in time? We're either regulating criminal behavior, but if it's not criminal, I don't know how to regulate other types of behavior.
Well, the behavior they're talking about is criminal. They're break and enter. They're going to the washroom in front of them. They've got drug paraphernalia.
That's right. So
like those are all criminal.
Yeah, and those are all things that the police can respond to, and you know, and the police do their sweeps, and the police have their activity, and we can have a response from the Niagara Regional Police, but. They can respond on criminal behavior. I can't respond on the other. I can't respond on any other behavior other than criminal.
Okay. But folks, we are going to get direct response. We're going to get the police engaged. We are going to get all the different agencies involved. We have to collectively do it. And I mean, it's not an easy problem. You know, this is drug problems in our community. It's not just here. It's everywhere. It's all across the country. It's all across the world right now. It's sad. It's unfortunate, but nobody's figured out the exact way to fix it. And I don't know if anyone, we're looking for ways to fix it. We're not exactly sure how exactly, but I understand. You don't want the problems outside. What's inside the walls doesn't interfere with you as much as what happens outside the walls. So they cut across your lawn. While they're there, they look for things that maybe they can use to sell or take. Or some of them are doing illegal things outside with drugs or otherwise, and that's the kind of stuff that we're trying to. But again, we need the police involved in that, and we need the region who's operating it involved in that, because that goes beyond city jurisdiction. So that's why we got to go to our partners at the province and work together to fix this. So I'll come back to you, Councillor Nieuwesteeg. So we're going to get answers. What we're saying is we don't have all the answers, right? We're not the police, but we're going to get the answers.
So that's our next step, is how do we work with the residents here to get answers? Like, do we have meetings? Like they go home today and I want them to feel satisfied that we are moving forward, but what's concrete that they will go home feeling that way?
Well, I think our CAO, what we're going to do first, so we made a lot of notes here on what the issues are, and if you have anything in writing as well, it'd be great if you could give it to us. And then we're going to meet with the region, we're going to meet with the police, and we're going to meet with our own bylaw.
Can we have representatives from the
Yeah, I'll ask our CAO, because it'll be staff setting up the meeting, so okay. Mr. CAO.
Yeah, I think what's best is to obtain a response and then set up a meeting. And we've had meetings prior to this, and there has been ongoing meetings with residents and the region and residents and the NRP. And we can put it on the council agenda for the next month or the month after for when the responses are completed from our partners. And if we want to bring it back to council can discuss it back then.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. May I respond to any
yes,
of those?
Of course
okay.
you can.
Okay.
And then I do have other councillors.
I mean, as respectfully as possible. I would argue that on a city level, we're experiencing daily, public nuisance violations, there is a bylaw in place for all of these. If any of us were doing any of these activities, every single one of these violations is, subject to a $10,000 violation if found to be, worth pursuing. And I think the problem that we're having is that, the rules don't apply to anyone but us. We're going through proper channels, we're asking for questions, we're asking for direct response, and we're getting, oh, talk to city, oh, talk to bylaw, oh, talk to so-and-so, call the police, call the police. And the problem is that we're all going to be eventually tired of getting nowhere, and we're going to become complacent. And, the issues we're going to escalate. The issues we're currently having in the winter, as the weather gets nicer, are going to be exacerbated. We're going to be experiencing more and more of these issues. We're going to have more and more people in the neighborhood. It's not just a regional concern. We feel that it is a city concern. And it's not, we don't want to say not in my backyard, because it's not in our backyard, it's on our doorsteps. We have people banging on our doors at midnight demanding money and trying our doors and are going through our mailboxes, stealing our property, stealing our packages. This was just a request, we're requesting minutes from the meetings with the residents and the city and the NRP, because the meetings that we have been a part of haven't been, hey, here's what we're planning to do. And I know that that's not the policy of the government, but it's, hey, look what we've done, right? So we come in after the fact thinking we're going to have a voice, and we don't have a voice. We're told, hey, here's what we're doing. Come check out this new shelter we're opening. Have a tour. We're going to do it differently. But we're not seeing it being done differently, despite the region being, in control. So we absolutely are looking for more meetings with the councillors, meetings with the region, NRP, anyone. We'll happily attend, and we'll do our best to, maintain decorum. It's a bit of a heated issue since, this is our home that we're talking about. But at this point, all we have to offer is these are our concerns. We have our petition, we have emails, we have photos, and yeah, we really appreciate the time that everyone's taken.
So hey, give me a few more minutes. I got
sure.
a few more councillors have comments.
Sure, yes.
And then we'll kind of bring it together and we'll come up with a way forward, what our next steps are going to be. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo and then Lococo. What's that? Did I have you? I'm sorry, I didn't have you written down. Okay, Councillor Baldinelli, and then we'll go to Pietrangelo and Lococo.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I believe it was last year, I think Ruth-Ann and myself and Mona went through the park, the nearby park there, and we're picking up garbage that was left behind. It was I forget the group. Do you recall the group?
Group, there was some religious group.
But anyways, they were going around through a campaign of cleaning up. So girls and I, we went down and volunteered, and I was going up by the church and in behind the fence, and I couldn't believe at that time, all the paraphernalia that I was finding. I even found it disturbing to pick up, and all the bedding and undergarments full of feces just anywhere and around in the bushes. They had a little campfire area there, and when I went to Stanford many years ago, we used to use that park to learn how to play golf, I believe it was at that time. It was a small park, but at that time it felt very big. And where we entered is a very beautiful area that they just, I guess the city put for a playground for the kids. Now, I wouldn't recommend the kids go there.
No.
That's a shame. We spent the money. They need the playground. There's really nowhere else to go. And, like you said, it's very, very hard to, monitor everything that everybody does. But you know what? I believe the region needs to have a, just like anybody else here wears a white collar, you need a performance evaluation. And they need a performance evaluation. I don't think they're doing everything they could. I mean, if you're going to start doing this, and Amanda made some references to, how many washrooms required for 60 people, the region seems to not always follow the rules, in my opinion. I'm not sure that they do all the time, and I'm sure that they try their best and the workers there. But we did bring this. It's like a bullseye, and around that bullseye are a bunch of people, and they are this close to it, and then you move and expand, and then it just seems to be forgotten as you move further away. But what does this actually do? Creates stress, anxiety, maybe mental health problems. so we're bringing that there, and then we're spreading it, because they become frustrated. No one's listening to them. No one's really, I'm sure you can call and call and call and call because you need a record, right? You're gonna go to court, you're gonna need a record. And,
Yes.
as sad as it sounds, you have to call, make them be sick of you calling the police, and make those records. That will require action. No records, then it's hearsay.
Right.
It's just somebody said this and somebody said this, but can you prove it, right? So you have to make those calls. I believe that everybody has a responsibility here. I think the region has the biggest responsibility. They have to perform their work, and they know that having that in that specific area is going to attract other people there. They should know that if they're operating others in and around the area. So were they prepared to make sure that there wasn't a bus stop right across the street? Did they actually do their due diligence and study what they needed to do before they decide where to put it? I mean, you could put it close to housing, but there's a double fence on one side, and I was really surprised that the residents there, they understand there's a need, and they're throwing their paraphernalia over the fence, and they laugh about it.
Mm-hmm.
They're pissed off, but I go check anyways. I don't know about you. It would frustrate me. I'm a little younger, wouldn't take things so good. I would get hot, and that would cause stress and anxiety and maybe some other things, right? Because I'm trying to protect my area and my property. So, but we have to work, like the CAO said, we have to work with what we have. It's a very, very challenging situation, but what I stress to the residents is make those calls. As many as you can. You need the record. And then we will, as the mayor said, we will work for you. But we need your help as well. I understand there's a lot of problems. We understand that there's all the drug paraphernalia, and it's everywhere.
Yeah.
But we do need your assistance here, and the more we document things, the more we can help. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I guess through your first question is, do we have anyone here from the region or any of the councillors from the region?
I don't see anybody from the region here. No.
All right. Yeah, it's too bad, I guess, we didn't use this opportunity. We knew it was going to be on our agenda. Could have invited some of them or had them here at the meeting, especially just to answer some questions from the residents. It would have been good for us as well to be able to ask them questions. I just wanted to address a couple of things that our CAO said. And I know he talked about people zoning, and I mean, you just have to read online that other municipalities don't always do it this way. They do pick other spots for these types of shelters to go in. And I just want to know, I guess through you, to our CAO, whether or not that was a thought or that was ever brought up to the region. I know Whitby, Calgary, you go on Kitchener, they've chosen more industrial areas where there isn't neighbors in terms of people who live there around. And I think what it does is, I mean, some people might call it inhumane, some people might say it's the right idea, but other municipalities are doing it. But what it does is it doesn't bring these type of activities into an established neighborhood. So I don't know whether or not that was ever considered from the start, or, I mean, I don't know if that's considered people zoning. Perhaps our CAO would know.
So CAO.
Thank you. I don't know those specific situations. Like I said, the region is coming with a shelter siting rule to come through. But generally, these people who are in shelters are looking for employment, looking for housing, or moving on their path to that. They normally don't have transportation, so you need to be within walkability. Putting someone out in an industrial zone who requires public transportation or the ability to walk to areas doesn't, like the way we have industrial zones normally is usually outside of that. So those are, those would be challenges to it. But the recent rulings are, there used to be rules where you couldn't, cite it close to a school, you couldn't cite it close to this. The courts are kind of throwing those out at this point in time. So I think that's why the region is bringing in new issues. And then the other challenge you have is if you can't get one zoned, then what? Like, we were close to losing the shelter. And then what would be the implications of that? You know, and because there is an obligation, you know, to house and to, you know, to do that. So, you know, I think the region evaluated the site based upon a number of conditions, and, you know, thought it was an appropriate site for the purpose. And you have to remember, their long-term goal is not to keep it as a shelter, but to, you know, to do the best practice model where you have integrated housing, you have supportive. You may have a shelter, and then you have supportive housing, and then you just have regular housing, all integrated into one development, which is the best practice approach. And you wouldn't want that, frankly, out in an industrial area. You would need that in a community. And almost every zoning rule and almost everything is, you know, they talk about an integrated housing solution, a range of housing options in each community. Our policies speak to that. And so you have to have that range of housing in your community. So I would say that, you know, the debate that the region's going to have on site selection would be, you know, a great place to raise that, and we'll deliver that report to council. Also, we can send that report to council, because I think that would, you know, address some of the issues and challenges that shelter selection is, because St. Catharines went through a large debate with shelter selection and had challenges there. And Welland, same thing. You know, and I do sympathize. Like, I would like to allocate more resources to this issue, because I agree with you, Councillor Nieuwesteeg. There's behavioral issues out there. And, you know, could we use 2 more police officers? Could we use, you know, mental health? Like, I'm paying for outreach workers, which is not a local tier municipality. I'd love to generate more money and pay for another mental outreach worker. I'd love to go to the chief of police and say, you know, here's a $250,000 check. I want 2 more cops on the street in this area. You know, I would love to do those things, but it takes money and cash. That's the challenge I have.
And are you finished, Councillor? Or do you have more?
No, not yet. Is she on that point?
Is that to that point, Councillor?
It's in around, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Okay, so you still have the floor.
All right. Thanks, Your Worship. And I guess another point I was going to make was simply that I heard our CAO say that he was going to give a full response to the neighbors' concerns. And I think at this point, I guess I see us as being reactive instead of being proactive. And I think that's something that the neighborhood wants, is for us to be proactive. I know I just heard Mr. Burgess say that, you know, I would love to have an extra 2 police officers there. And I think that's something that should be proposed, really, is, you know, not just patrolling when the neighbors call, but maybe there should be someone in the area at all times. And perhaps that will, you know, decrease some of the activity that's there. One of the other things I heard is that, you know, we're going to get together with our partners. We're going to meet with our partners. And I also heard Amanda say earlier that, you know, we want a seat at the table. Quite honestly, Your Worship, the neighbors are a partner in this. So, I mean, any meeting that we would be having with the region and the Niagara Regional Police, they should be at the table as well. I mean, they are a partner in this. So those are my comments.
Well, obviously, they're going to be. That was implied and understood. But what we're saying is, we have a role, police have a role, Niagara Region has a role, public health has a role, everyone has a role. We all got to be in the same room together. We can't solve the problems without the region being in this room. Can't do it without the police being in the room. We need everyone in the room. I'll tell you, it reminded me of, we had a coyote problem in the city, and we had coyotes running rampant, if you remember, a few years back, and we had a meeting with everyone in the room, not just the residents, but the police, Humane Society, bylaw, Coyote Watch Canada, and we got to the bottom of the problem. Turns out it was the residents feeding the coyotes. That's what the problem was.
We are not feeding anybody.
No, but my point is, it wasn't what we had to dig in together, all of us in the same room.
Yeah.
So I've got Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
She was next, but I've got you on the list. Yeah.
I've had the opportunity to speak to some of the residents through email, through Messenger. We did have a Zoom call with the region, the bylaw officers, police, regional councillors, our CAO. The residents bring up a lot of concerns. The region works a little bit. We feel like we're moving a step forward in the meantime, and then we're moving back. So I can understand the frustration with all of the residents. It seems like one thing gets fixed and then there's another. I've done a lot of research on homelessness, and this isn't necessarily a homelessness issue. It's a drug issue and it's a crime issue. It's a behavioral issue. The police will say we can't police our way out of this. They won't charge for possession. They will charge for soliciting. They won't charge for possession, so that's off the table. It's not just here in Niagara Falls. It's not that we've told them not to do it. Around the country, people are not, police departments are not charging for simple possession. So that's a whole issue that we have to deal with. Talking about police, I know some of the residents have called numerous times, and I've talked to them. Document, take pictures, they do, then they get frustrated, then they stop, then they do it again, they get frustrated. We need those calls. One of the issues that was brought up was when some of the police came, we have a core unit and then there's the regular police unit. So the core unit know the people, know the residents, know which properties are challenging. That's great when they're on shift, but when they're not on shift, then a new police officer comes and then they don't know what's already been discussed, what's been agreed on. One of the other issues with the police was one of the police officers said that their unit only went to the yellow line in the middle of Main Street, and I just didn't understand that. And what it was that police officer felt that their unit was the casino unit, and the other unit on the other side of the yellow line on Main Street was the regular police unit. So I'm going to put out a suggestion that if it is the casino unit, we were paying $4.1 million, which has now been amended to 18%. If that is the casino unit, this is in the casino unit, that maybe we can look for money there to have more police there. I know we can't police our way out of it. And when you charge somebody, okay, they go to jail, they get bail, they're out. It's just a vicious cycle, and we're not going to police our way out of it. But if you can work with the behavior, and Commissioner Jugley would say, it's not necessarily the people in the shelter that the behaviors are the problems, it's the ones that are coming to the shelter. So she told me that she can't control the behaviors on other people's property. She can control the behaviors on her property, but not your property, not your property. So some of the people have given permission, that vacant house on the corner, some people have given permission to say that the police can charge somebody if they're on that piece of property, but not all of the police know that. So I think there needs to be further discussion. I've talked with Commissioner Jugley numerous times, and she would offer suggestions about how to fix things. She would follow up with it, they would fix it, and like Amanda said, they tell you all of the things that they've done, which is great, but there's still a problem.
Right.
And I respect the region with everything that the region's trying to do. We donated that building, we contributed that building because we knew that there was an issue here in Niagara Falls. But all these people are experiencing issues, so we all need a seat at the table, all of the business owners, the residents. And I've always said that notification is so important. Even though it is a government handing it over to another government entity, there should have been notification. When I did bring that up, they did have some meetings with the residents. Some of the residents were concerned that it was in the daytime when they were working. They didn't feel that it was a true consultation or a true meeting that they could give their concerns. Let me just check my notes. About the industrial part, I know this has been brought up very many times, and when I spoke with Commissioner Jugley, and I've done my own research, there's a lot of human rights cases, just like our CAO said. So a lot of times you think, put people in an area that can get healthy and work towards their own goals, put them in an area where they're not going to bother anybody, but there's human rights issues. I know that doesn't help all of you, but those are things that the people that have to abide by the rules have to think about. So those are some other things. And the last thing I wanted to say, I think that was all, but I really do feel the frustration of the residents, and they have talked for years now. It's going on, because when it was a temporary shelter, there was concerns, and again, there was no notification as well. So they've been talking for years, and they don't feel that they're being heard. We're fixing one thing, we're putting a Band-Aid on it. We really need to come up with something. And like the CAO said, there's no magic fix for this. It's going all across the country. So whatever we can do, talk to the police departments, whether it's a casino unit, a regular unit, a core unit, that's 3 different police. And our bylaw, I know they've been wonderful and they're going out, but again, what are you going to do? Give somebody a fine? They're not going to pay it. So we have to come up with some other creative solutions to make the residents feel safe. And if the issue is that we can't control people off of the shelter space, what can we do to put people in as security in the residence area so it can sort of control it and that people could feel safe?
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Nieuwesteeg?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little confused here. So as I'm hearing things, I'm understanding this was set up to be a transitional housing, and it sounds very like we're bringing people who can't afford to help them get a hand up. But that's not at all. When you go there to that area, that's not what it's presenting like at all. Is there any way when we ask the region to come back, if we can have a report on the evaluation of this? Because if it was set up for a transitional hand up, help people go, then that's fine, and we can see the results. But if that's not it, maybe we have to do a reevaluation as to what is really happening there, what is going on.
Okay. Well, so what?
Yeah, just for factual clarity, transitional housing means something else in the housing spectrum. This is a housing-focused shelter, so it is.
So
it does
it's
function
changed
as
from transitional.
It's not. It was never a It was a temporary shelter. Previously, where residents of that shelter would exit at 7 a.m. in the morning and then wasn't allowed to come back till 6 p.m. in the evening. This shelter is open all day long with staff. And if you're in the shelter, you have to be working on a housing-focused plan to get you into a more permanent or stable housing. So that might be employment, or in some cases they are employed, or they're underemployed, and they work on that. So it's a different model than a typical shelter, which is, I'll say the politically incorrect term, human warehousing. This is providing on-site supports where it is staffed 24/7, and the goal is to move them to a more permanent solution.
So can we have a report to see how successful this is? Because if that is really what's happening, it's going to benefit, then that's great. But to be spending the kind of money that Amanda says we're spending, and what we're getting is this nonsense, then there's something wrong here.
And the challenge is the people in the process, they may be having success. As the residents have found out, a lot of times it's the people who are not in the 4 walls. It's the people who come to prey on those people.
Well, then maybe we should have bylaws around there that that it's criminal if they go anywhere near that shelter. There's different things that can happen, and so it's serving the purpose it's supposed to, not all this other stuff that's creating the problems for the residents.
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree with what Councillor Baldinelli said. I remember during the Earth Cleanup Drive, I was cleaning with the Rotary Club on the Palmer Avenue, and there is no shelter here, but the amount of the needles and paraphernalia they had there, that was crazy. And that time I brought up to the council and I asked for those, dispenser containers.
The Sharps containers?
Places.
The Sharps containers?
Yeah, Sharps
Yes.
containers. So do they have those containers around the shelter?
Through the chair, I know we added some, Mr. Nickel. I don't believe near that shelter, but I think we've added some in other areas because we had presentations here before by Regional Councillor Gale with regards to their trail system, but.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. We do have one container in that area near our municipal parking lot at Portage and Ferry Street, and then we have another container downtown. The region donated the containers, and we manage their collection and disposal of the needles there.
So So maybe we should look into putting some more containers around the same area so they can dispose the needles there. And do we have regular cleanup in the area? You say we do give the workers gift cards to clean up around there, but do we have someone full-time cleaning up around the area?
Mr. Seo?
The program that the region has is the residents do work to do cleanup or snow shoveling in the neighborhood. Any other street maintenance is just a regular street maintenance. If we notice issues or if there's a cleanup required on public property, then a unit gets dispatched for that. But it's not like a regular shift.
I would suggest when you talk to region, I would suggest maybe extra containers, maybe somebody full-time cleaning up around there so kids and seniors are not stepping on the paraphernalia. And that's one of the major concerns all the residents have. And what I see, what I heard when I heard all the conversation, what I took away from it, we all want to help the people in need. But what we are doing is we are asking only one side of the group to give up everything just to help one side. We have to meet in the middle. So that's what we are trying to do. Everybody come and meet in the middle. Actually, I had one idea. You know, in the state, they have pop cans. They have those vending machines where they put pop cans, and there are lots of people on the street who are walking out with a cart full of pop cans. Can we come up with a system like that for maybe used needles or paraphernalia that they bring it back, they get some kind of reward, so they're not throwing that all over the streets?
We can take it back, but my gut reaction is I don't want people picking up needles or sharps for a bounty, because I think there's a public safety issue with that. But we can take a look at other approaches for that. And I would just say that the needle left behind is one issue. It's what happens when that person puts the needle in them and the behavior that results from that, which is probably the biggest concern of the residents. And yeah, we can do the cleanup, but cleaning up after a disastrous party doesn't help the residents with the activities that are going on. And I think we need to have a prong to focus on that. And it's a drug addiction issue, it's a mental health issue, and it's a poverty issue, to be quite frank. Because again, the vast majority of those individuals are probably on $700 a month. And if you could fix that problem, where they can actually afford a place to live, where they could obtain gainful employment and be able to live, that to me is the biggest win that you can have. But it's a big problem to tackle. But we'll try to do it in a few pillars with safety and security, with the cleanup aspects. But I think at the end of the day, to some extent, you're putting lipstick on a pig. At the end of the day, there's the core issue of poverty, mental health, and the homelessness issue, which is ironically was Councillor Campbell's request for a state of emergency to solve that. And I think we need to do a better job in focusing on the core problem. Otherwise, you're just cleaning up the mess after all the time. You're always chasing it. And I think we need to focus on seeing if we can solve some of those behavioral problems. And I'll be blunt, the police are correct to some extent. They're not going to arrest their way out of this problem. You're not going to arrest your way out of mental illness. You're not going to arrest your way out of drug addiction. I'm not going to bylaw them to death. I got one guy, he dances on the 420 in Stanley. I dispatch bylaw there routinely. I don't know how many times I've dispatched bylaw there, but he's but I can't get him mental health because there's not enough mental health beds. So he's going to continually go and dance on the 420 in Stanley until he gets hit one day. So I can hire more bylaw officers so I can respond more quickly to get him off the street, or the guy who plays in front of the LCBO. Like, we know them. And I can hire more bylaw, I can hire more police, but at the end of the day, there's used to be that GIF on the internet where the guy is sweeping against the ocean to get the water off the sand. Most days, that's what staff feel like. I got a squeegee and I'm on the beach and I'm trying to push back the ocean. And I'm not giving up on the situation. I would love to invest more money, and we can talk about that, you know, come budget time. And we can make those choices of where we're spending the money. Because, you know, I do have a great deal of sympathy, and I wish I can invest more money. I invest as much as I can. I probably invest, you know, more than, you know, making up from other departments for this. So we'll bring back a report with our best suggestions. I can even bring back a report with the police, you know, if the police had their magic wand, how much would it cost to have the additional policing? How much would it cost to have the additional bylaw? But I can have police and I can have bylaw and I can have operations team clean up. But I need mental health beds. I need to reduce poverty. I need places for these people to live. And those items need to be addressed, because I don't want to sound unsympathetic, but if I don't address those problems, in a year's time, it's going to be a different group of people here at City Hall, at a different community with the exact same issues. And I have to figure out a way to do it. This is a different type of shelter. It's new, so we'll bring the stats we can. But I told the region, I don't want to recycle of the same old solution. I want something different. We need to get these people put forward on a path. Sheltering them, hiding them, doing whatever, I can't, you know, the problem doesn't go away. And it is a big game of whack-a-mole. And I share your frustration. I have a call every week or 2 weeks with all the partners, and we go through the list, and it's the same people, it's the same issues, or it's just in a different area. And Eric dispatches his crews. You know, I call it I have a certain name for a cost center that we have that we do cleanups for. Like, we spent $300,000 in dump fees cleaning stuff up. Could I have spent that $300,000 doing something better? For sure. And that's never been a budget. So, you know, we'll bring back a report. You know, we'd be happy to work with the residents. All the partners need to be at the table, and we try to do a good job on that. But the cleanup, you know, extra police, you know, we need that, but we also need a solution so that, you know, the people become either dealt with medically in a with mental health supports, dealt with, you know, economically with money, because you can't live off $700, and dealt with from a housing point of view. I don't know how many people want to live in a shelter. I really don't. You know, and so we just need to get to those core issues. So I'll bring it back. I don't have, you know, the only thing, you know, I'm setting myself up for failure, which I hate to do, but I don't have those solutions. I can bring some suggestions to the table, and I can bring some of the cost. We've been quite fortunate, you know, I would say that to my friends at the region. You know, the cost per person at the Armory Street is actually significantly higher than that, because they're dealing with people with very deep needs. And, you know, the region has made those investments to, you know, to support it, but we need to give them some support, and I think the province needs to also, province and the feds need to give some support too, because you know, I can answer these questions, but it's not going to answer your problem.
No, yeah, we're not looking for a solution tonight. We just wanted to be heard.
Yeah.
And I work next door to the Armory Street location. I'm familiar with, you know, the way that, you know, things happen in the neighborhood. Same problems where we are at my office as, you know, we have at home. I don't see as many issues because I'm not there all day, obviously, all night. And, you know, as a business, an impact is, you know, a little less of an issue. You know, we're a little more isolated, but you know, the people at Armory Street have a space to call their own, and they have a bit of, you know, respect for the facility. We're not seeing that at the location that we're adjacent to.
Well, why don't we do this then? Why don't we, because I mean, we don't need to go in circles. We
Yep,
understand we've heard all your problems, all your, and we need to work with you. Okay, and I'm thinking, so the next step is I'm going to get a motion from Councillor Nieuwesteeg in a second that we ask for a staff report and a meeting with all the partners. And of course, as Councillor Pietrangelo points out, that's the neighborhood. I would suggest that there be a spokesperson, because they're not going to want to meet with 30 people, right? They want to meet with a spokesperson that has a list of the problems and collectively come with a solution. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be a good start. And I think there's two sides to it. Reactively, to react to what's going on right now, stuff that's in your yard, people living on your yard, defecating in your yard, you know, cutting through your yard, taking things out of your yard, that kind of stuff that is unacceptable. And then going forward, how do we change this? How do we make things different? I mean, I've got a lot of ideas myself too. I never think there's enough cameras. I mean, people act different when they know they're being filmed.
Right.
And I think that'll help the police as well and help the bylaw as well. So then why don't we do this, the next steps? First of all, thank you to everybody for being here. And we know you're frustrated, and you're not the first neighborhood to come here upset. We have different neighborhoods because we have different problems, and it's same kind of stuff, right? People with drug problems, mental health problems, homeless problems, and when you mix them all together, COVID made things 10 times worse than it ever was. And believe me, it's not just here. Go downtown, other communities in our region here. Other cities in Ontario, it's a disaster. Go on Oregon, go to Vancouver. It's everywhere. It was in Ottawa. It's horrible. And we're all the same way. We're trying to deal with this drugs, evil drugs, mixed together. It's horrible. And COVID's made it much worse. So I'm going to ask maybe Councillor Nieuwesteeg to make a motion that we ask for staff to come back, and we get a second, come back with a report, and we're going to expedite this. We're not dragging this out. We're going to get on this right away. And B, to set up a meeting, a public meeting where you can be part of it. We'll invite our regional councillors who'll be here. You have 3 regional councillors from Niagara Falls, our public health people, our police, our bylaw. We get everyone in the room. That's how you solve problems. You put everyone in the room at the same time, not in isolation. So maybe if I can get, what's that? Oh, I've got already Councillor Lecoq on that. Thank you. So Councillor Nieuwesteeg, you want to make that motion?
Yeah. Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we're going to bring exactly what you said, bring everybody together. You said it well. If Bill has it, then that's the motion I'm putting down.
Okay, thank you for that. And I know Councillor Lecoq is going to second it. And we will keep you, and I guess through Amanda, we'll keep you, and then you'll keep everybody else tuned in.
Yes,
and you've got the petition as well that you're going to hand into our clerk. We'll take that. I want to give that to Councillor Campbell. We can slide that around here. I'm going to now, if there's no further comments at this point on this, we'll call a vote. All those in, yes, wait, Mr. Clerk, yes, what did I leave out?
Go ahead and call the vote, and we'll need another motion.
Oh, they will need them, okay. Is that for the petition? Yep. Okay. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Yeah. Okay, yes with the conflict, so that's unanimous, thank you. And then now, Mr. Clerk, we'll need,
Yeah, just the petition itself, our procedure states that it shouldn't be accepted unless it's on the agenda. So part of council's motion could be to just waive that procedure, to go ahead and accept that petition.
Councillor Pietrangelo, you making that? Okay. Councillor Campbell is going to second that. All those in favor? Okay, to receive the petition. Okay, so we're going to take the petition now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to everybody. Work with us. We're going to work with you. I appreciate your time. We know you're very frustrated.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very
We
much.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Council, we are now looking for a motion to go in camera. Motion by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Hey everyone, welcome back. We just are about to reconvene in open session. We were in camera dealing with some matters that we had to deal with according to the Municipal Act in camera. So we are now going to get back to our regular session and continue on with reports. For anyone following along in the agenda, that's part 7. So first off is 7.1, restriction of certain forms of participation and engagement in council meetings. There's a recommendation from staff that we receive this report and its companion report for information, which staff has a statutory authority to put in it, and you can see excluding things from the agendas, correspondence, and making amendments. Okay, motion by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. Is there any discussion to the report? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, Mr. Clerk. Okay, we go to 7.2. Audio Trails Wayfinding Proposal for the Millennium Trail. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Nieuwesteeg. Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you for that. Item 7.3, proclaim changes to the Conservation Authorities Act. It's recommended that we receive the report. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we have to receive it because it's provincial legislation, but I just want to put on record some of the challenges that are there very quickly. One, that it doesn't address any natural heritage values of wetlands. They're removing wetlands down to 30 meters for thresholds. It used to be 120 meters. That's a significant concern. And I do have one question. The city has entered into a service agreement with the region and provided environmental review on development applications unless it's regulated feature like a flood plan. Does that cost go to the developer or do we pay it?
We'll get Ms. Dolch to answer that.
Thank you, Your Worship. And sorry, it is a typo. Will be entering into, and you will see a report coming to a future council on that. And it is anticipated that the cost will go to the developer. It will be a separate fee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, so we're looking for a motion to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. 7.4, Housing Accelerator Fund Application Update. There's a report there, and the motion is, or the recommendations that we received. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I'm not really happy that we received this, to be honest with you. And I guess my question through you to staff would be, what else can we do? I know that there's another round coming, so I'm hoping that there's something that we can do so that we can get in the mix. You know, I mean, housing is needed everywhere, Your Worship. It's not just Niagara Falls, it's all across Canada. So I think, you know, for the federal government to pick and choose, especially I think in the report it said that there was over 500 applications. That tells you that municipalities are definitely ready to invest in housing. We just need the upper level government's support. So I don't know if there's anything more that we can do for our next round of application, Your Worship.
Yeah, Ms. Dolch, I don't know if you have any insight. I mean, how is it that if you qualify, you qualify? Why is there picking and choosing? Aren't there just basic minimum requirements that if you hit them, it should be automatic? Why is it not happening like that? Any insight or any thoughts?
Thank you, Worship. And actually, I'm going to pass it over to Signe Hansen, who was the one who was instrumental in the half application. She's here tonight to answer questions on this report.
Okay, good evening. Through you, Your Worship. With respect to the Housing Accelerator Fund, it was made clear to Ms. Dolch and I when we met with the CMHC early on that there would be more applicants than funding was available. So probably in October of 2003, the Housing Minister came out with his top 10 best practices that he wanted to see in all of the applications. Our application didn't align with those. I can't explain why some municipalities got the funding and we did not. We had a very strong application. To answer the councillor's question, the Prime Minister announced that he's adding another $400 million to the Housing Accelerator Fund budget. So we have reached out to our CMHC representative to discuss how we can move our application forward. So it doesn't answer your question directly in terms of why some municipalities were selected and others were not. I think it came down to the response of over 500 applications and the funding that was available.
So I don't know if anyone could answer this question. Do we know, do any municipalities for this particular situation hire lobbyists to help them get it? Do we know that? I know some of them might have a member of parliament in government, but what's that? Well, I just thought of it. I was just sitting here, I was thinking about it, you know, and so I was just wondering if, well, since you had your chance, you didn't say anything, you sat back down, so, you know, what do they say about the early bird? Yeah. So, do any municipalities hire lobbyists? I was curious.
I'm not aware of that, although I do know that municipalities retain consultants to help them prepare the application, and I'm sure there's quite a bit of interaction between those consultants and members of the government.
When you say consultants?
Consultants. So there are firms that specialize in writing grant applications, and the city actually retained Dylan to help us. They prepared our housing strategy, so they helped us with the statistics and whatnot we needed to submit our application. But some municipalities, larger municipalities, have hired consultants to prepare the entire application and sort of guide it through the process, which we did not do. So.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. Which we did not do. Okay. Any other, Councillor Baldinelli, then Lococo?
So when the applications went, were you able to see any of the other applications and possibly figure out what are the points that lead you to money?
Through your worship to the councillor, the applications were very closely guarded. Even the city's application was presented to council in camera, so there were very few applications that were made public. We did find a few, and through our consultant we were aware of some of the priorities of other municipalities. They were very much aligned with what our priorities were and the action plan that we put forward. And our action plan was very aligned with what the minister's priorities were. So.
Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure who can answer this. In the report, it talks about housing for hospitality and tourism. I've had some concerns when I sat on the, what did they call it? I can't remember what it was called, the committee. I had some concerns, and I did speak to the CAO at one point, and I was wondering if the CAO can elaborate on that, because I've had some residents call me and say, why are we working towards getting housing for tourism employees when there's a bunch of other people that need housing as well? And I know when I spoke to the CAO before, he had a good explanation.
Mr. CAO, did you have a good explanation?
I may have had a good explanation. I'm not sure if my answer aligned, but we use that because it is a large segment of our workforce, and they tend to have income in a certain level. So we could use income in that level, but it is an industry that requires support. It is a focus for the provincial government, and having and the ability to support a homegrown industry with housing here is aligned with our economic development initiatives. But in reality, when you look at our average household income compared to the rest of the region, compared to the province, we're lower than the median averages for both. And part of that is because the hospitality industry is a lower paying industry. So affordable housing becomes a bigger crunch. And then if they're not within the area, transportation for those employees to service that industry becomes even a greater challenge for that industry to hire. So I don't know if I hit all the points I gave before.
You hit almost all of them but one, and that was the most important one, is that you said that you would be going to the tourism partners to partner with them, that it's not just city money doing this, that it's also tourism.
That's correct. There was at the time on the table a development that was backed by a hospitality player for affordable housing in that core area to again reduce the strain on it. So that was it. I don't want to get into too many details because it is private development, but yes, you are correct that it wasn't for that. But there is a bit of euphemism for that level of employment income also.
Okay, great. You might want to stand up
Oh.
because my next one is, it says that we're finalizing the RFP for Park Street, and I know that's changed different times. Could you please tell us what the RFP is for? What are we looking for at this point?
Sure. The Park Street development is out on the street. We actually had a bidder meeting just prior to council for clarification. Park Street is a property that is owned by the city that Mr. Nickel took some incredible efforts to clean up to get a record of site condition on. The intent of that RFP is to seek a partner to develop purpose-built rental building. We would maintain minority ownership in that project going forward. And the RFP asks for 40% of the units to be affordable or attainable, and 30 units to be at the, I'm going to look at Ms. Dolch, the low to moderate income level, just so I know the title's correct. So that's, and then there is the potential for RGI or rent geared to income units to be supported by the region in that building. So the intent is to have purpose-built rental with both market and attainable units. You know, and I don't have the income levels off the top of my head, but it's from like $30,000 worth of income up to $95,000 worth of income. So it's a good range of individuals for that property. And then the other benefit for that is when you have more people living downtown, it will encourage the downtown to become more vibrant.
Okay, and just one final question on what you said. You said rent geared to income that would be supported by the region.
Yep.
The other 40% of affordable and attainable, will those be off of the region's wait list? How are those people found?
No, it's our definition of affordable and attainable, the income levels. So it's 30% of your before tax income for that. So, and it's within that range of, I think it's $35,000 to $90,000, $35,000 to $95,000. So it's all individuals who, they could be young professionals, they can be seniors on retirement that kind of have that income level that they can pay rent in that range. So the rent would range from about $1,200 to about $1,600 or $1,700.
If the city is a partial owner of it, who goes through all of those applications? How do we get applications? How are those applications approved?
That would be part of the proposal coming in. So the RGI ones are set up by that. It's not so much the applications, it's the setting of the rent. So it's not like you have to prove to me you make $40,000, but it's having those rental units being rented out at a rate of $1,200 to meet up with that level of income. So as long as we're putting it on there, could someone in theory who makes $200,000 come and get a $1,200 apartment? Yes, but that's too hard to control. But it's really providing the product into the marketplace at those different rental levels. And because there's government money on the table, and on the way out, because he's taking that equity that he's earned in that unit and then buying the next unit. So it's, for those purchased unit, it's about access into the marketplace. For rental units, when they come on the market at those rates, then there's some rent control rules with regards to those rates going forward. So it's not so much, it's about providing enough product. At this point in time, we don't have enough product at those price points. So it's trying to get product at those price points into the economy to provide that supply to it. And then, continually revolving on that. But it would be far too difficult. RGI is a little different because there's government money on the table. What we control is, for the development charges, that those units enter into that price point of view, and we can't control who, eventually rents them. But at the end of the day, if they're on the market, once they're in the market, their price is kind of set for the foreseeable future with rent control rules. And by being an owner, it actually helps out a lot more going forward. I'm not sure if there's anything. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation. I'm still concerned that we need to have something better in place than what we have. As brought up at the last meeting, somebody could purchase it and then rent it out at a higher rate, and then people are getting discounted development charges or waived development charges to have affordable units, but we don't have anything on the other end to ensure that they're affordable. So I like the program, I like the idea, but we have to ensure that the whole purpose is actually the purpose of why we're doing it. And I know you can't answer this now, but we need to find something.
In the staff's report, one thing we presented.
Could you introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry, John Potts, and I'm the director on the Niagara Not-for-Profit Housing Corporation Board.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. And so when I read the staff's report, part of the presentation we made back in February was to look at the various studies that are required for this development. And I haven't seen that addressed in the report, so I'm assuming that means the studies that were part of the pre-meeting would still continue to be required. And that will add somewhere around $30,000 to $40,000 worth of cost to the project. But it'll probably mean that if we can't dispense with those studies, which aren't required if we have one less story, we'll probably look at 100 units rather than 112. The difference between the one story requires a parking survey, and it also requires a wind study. The wind study itself will take months, and which would delay the project, which has already been delayed by a year for.
So it's something that it would be determined through the process. So through the zoning bylaw, it would have to be factored in whether or not they could support that reduction.
So so that would be great to just put a holding provision in as a amendment, I guess, right?
In terms of the wind study,
yes. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Locobo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The other concern that was brought up was the archaeological study. It was stated to me that the region said that they're fine without it. So I guess through Ms. Dolch, if the region is okay with not having it, are we okay with not having it?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the Councillor, yeah, so if we have that in writing from the development staff, because it's part of the pre-con notes from them, then yes, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor to the speaker, if you can get it in writing, that would be great.
We can get that in writing?
We have it already.
Okay, I think we have that in writing, so we can resubmit that. As far as the parking study goes, there's 1.11 unit parking spots on a seniors building, and we provided data to staff already that shows that the two existing buildings we have that are seniors, 40% of the seniors in those buildings don't have cars. So with that information, I don't know what a study of our own buildings is going to demonstrate that we haven't already demonstrated. I'll just leave it at that, though.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yes, Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Dolch. In the report, you said that we do not have enough staff to expedite the permits. But to my understanding, with the More Home Build Faster Act, you have to provide certain, I think it's 20 days or 90 days, you have to do the next step. Is that some time restriction on with that More Home Build Faster Act?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the Councillor. Yes, so we do have timelines associated with approvals. So for a zoning amendment, it's 90 days. For an official plan amendment, it's 120. Site plan is 60 days. So we've been meeting those targets, but it is, like I said, it's very stressful on staff right now to meet those targets, just meet them. So to try to expedite, it's really tough with the current staffing levels we have.
Because to my understanding, with that act, if you do not make those timelines, is there some kind of penalty you have to pay?
Through Your Worship to the Councillor, yes, there's a penalty on a sliding scale depending on how long you take to approve the application. So those are the things that we would have to do. But in this case, we're looking for plenty fee waivers, but that doesn't mean we won't meet the timeline targets.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments of council?
Did we get an answer whether or not the parking issue would be proposed at the elevator or among the
Did you have any luck, Ms. Dolch, on the parking piece here, according to Councillor Pietrangeli's question?
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, this application is a zoning amendment, so I would just treat it in that same fashion. It was really more based on the parking study, whether the parking study rationale was needed for 1.1.
So in that sense, Your Worship, I mean, if staff are fine with it, then there really shouldn't be any hang-up in the process, is that correct?
Through Your Worship to the Councillor, in terms of the 1.1, we need an assessment done, and then Municipal Works would evaluate that based on the review of the application.
But it wouldn't cause them to resubmit, correct? So once staff would give that indication that they would be okay, then they'd be allowed to move forward.
Through Your Worship to the Councillor, so right now, the request from Municipal Works is a parking study to be done. So once that parking study is submitted, it would be reviewed by Municipal Works staff and a recommendation provided.
Can I ask a question? We're asking for a parking study, but if
What
they're
is
saying
that?
40% of the tenants don't have cars, what kind of a study do we need? Like, I think there's empirical evidence with existing. I'm just wondering. I don't know if
Yeah, I can speak to that. And through you, Mr. Mayor. So, I mean, the CEO said earlier we don't zone based on people, so we have to zone based on uses. What we need is an expert to justify to us that there will be an ample parking supply for the users on the site. It is an amendment from what the zoning bylaw requires. Often things like access to transit, so if you're within walking distance to a transit stop, there's very good justification to reduce the number of spaces you need on the site. Usually what we require is, one space per unit, and then, 1 out of every 4 spaces would be for visitors. So if there's less visitors expected because of the use of this, and it's going to continue to be this type of use, then it certainly makes good justification. We just need someone to lay that out for us so that we can say, yes, this is an approved use, and we're not going to undersupply parking and therefore spill out all that traffic into the side streets.
Okay. I know what the concern is. It's time and money, right? Like, I don't know, what's a traffic study? 20 grand? Like, I don't know what one costs.
Like $3,000 to $5,000
That's it?
typically. It can be a letter, a
Yeah,
2-page letter.
Okay.
They've done a review and we can justify it.
So 2-page letter, maybe from a parking consultant,
Well, if the staff can provide who those consultants are.
They can't give you one, but,
Yeah, well, we have one, yeah.
you have one?
8,000.
What's that? Do you guys have a list? You guys have a list of?
No, we don't have a letter.
No, okay. They don't have a list.
Just, while I have the mic, there's one point in the proposal about the number of subsidized units under the, what do they call it, RGI?
This is a different program, but
But
it's subsidized.
It's by the region at being at 40 units on 100 or 45. The region's only approved for 25 units, or 25%, I guess it is. The other units in the proposal would still be for low income, but would be within, it wouldn't be part of the subsidized from the region. So the proposal staff has put forward has the region subsidizing 45%, and that's only 25%.
25%. Oh, I see, okay. So,
The rest would fall into the low-income group, and we would manage it the same way as was discussed in the proposal that item 7.4.
okay, good. Any other comments from staff or feedback, or no? Council, any questions or further comments of council? No? Okay, thank you for that. Thank you very much. So we're looking for a motion from council. Wait, we had a motion, didn't we? Okay. Motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Lococo. Is there any further discussion? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. So thank you very much for coming out, folks. Appreciate you waiting around. Feel bad that we made you wait while we met. Sorry about that. Okay, moving on to 7.6, Anti-Racism Committee, new committee member. There's a recommendation that we had Jonathan Fraser. Councillor Thompson makes the motion, seconded by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Approved unanimously, Mr. Clerk. 7.7, 2024 Development Charge Update. There are 5 recommendations. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a couple questions. I guess in number 1, you're talking about the area-specific development charges that were in the 2019 DC bylaw. I think they were also in a number of bylaws before that, because that's the core tourist area, correct? The core tourist area. Mm-hmm. So I just want to be able to ask staff in public to make sure that they've gone through the process of having meetings with any of the stakeholders that are in the tourism industry, and they've made it well known that it's staff's recommendations to get rid of the CTA, which is the core tourist area charge, and kind of blend them all in one. I do understand staff's perspective in the sense that it is a bit onerous to have 2 separate charges, I mean, maybe it's a coincidence that the charge is almost coming up to be exactly equal to the rest of the city, but I just want to make sure that they've had those public meetings, Your Worship.
Okay, and we have, yes, Mr. James?
Through Your Worship, absolutely, Councillor. As part of the development charge update process, legislatively, Council has to consider area rating or area-specific development charges, so it is a dedicated part of that process. So part of this recommendation really is just to make it very clear that Council did consider it. Now, you are correct. When we did calculate the rates on the core tourist area versus outside the core tourist area, with the increasing needs in the core tourist area, in terms of supporting the growth that's expected in that area, the rates essentially worked out to about the same. I think they're about 10 cents off from each other. For that reason, staff's recommendation is to look at a uniform rate for all non-residential developments. Now, in saying that, you are correct that in prior bylaws, it had been separated out previously. And I think there might have been a business case for it then. We're also seeing that there's a little bit more residential development that's starting to happen in the core tourist area as well, which is new. And to your point about also the onerous nature of managing it, it could also result in us needing to introduce a residential rate in the core tourist area as a result. So we're mindful of that as well, and that's sort of, in speaking with our consultants, that's sort of what led us to this conclusion. So you are correct, our 2024 DC background study was published on March 28th publicly, and in that published version, we only indicated the one uniform rate. Now, previous to that, at the February 27th council meeting, we had presented to council both rates to show that difference, and our consultants had calculated them out to show that. We've met with the development community on 2 occasions. So we met with them last fall, as well as in early March, just after our council meeting, just to solicit some of that feedback. And we also have our statutory public meeting coming up April 30th. So there's still an opportunity for the development community to voice their opinions or voice any potential support or concern regarding this matter. And the April 30th meeting will be sort of that opportunity for us to hear that feedback from them directly, to then sort of lead to the next steps in the process, which eventually will be the new bylaw adoption.
Okay. This is approval, though, of the change, correct? I know you said there's going to be an opportunity on April 30th, but right now we're being asked to approve the dissolution of the CTA.
That's correct. So, the understanding here is that based off of the feedback that we've received to date, and the way everything's calculated out, we're looking for council's endorsement in order to sort of move ahead with that uniform rate based on how we presented in the background study. Certainly not that we necessarily want to take that approach, but if it does need to be reconsidered down the road, we could. But we didn't really seem to get the type of pushback I think we were anticipating from the core tourist area developers. All that to say, from our perspective right now, this sort of made it was the most reasonable approach under the circumstances for us to sort of calculate out a uniform rate that's citywide. There's a certain fairness aspect to that too, because there's always the fear that when you have an area-specific rate, while you're trying to aspire towards that fairness piece, it does sort of create that division between core tourist area, outside core tourist area. So, when you look at this, when you look at growth as a whole, it's nice to look at it from an entire community perspective. And so that was another one of the reasons why staff and our consultants are recommending this.
Okay. And then my second question, Your Worship, was just in regards to numbers 2 and 3 and the CIPs. And I'm hoping that Mr. Dowling can explain to council the reason for the change. I think I understand it, really. I mean, anytime that we're going to make changes to CIPs, we need to do it through our DC bylaw, because that's where our CIPs are right now. The bucket of funding becomes the same, whether it's inside your DC bylaws or whether it's outside in a policy statement. The difference really comes in all the background work that you have to do, because you no longer have to do a background study for your DC bylaw in order to make changes to your CIP. So maybe I can just have Mr. Dowling explain that to council, so that council really understands why staff are proposing this change in the CIPs.
Absolutely, through your worship. It's going to be a little bit hard to top that explanation. Very much so. A lot of that has to do with flexibility. So you're absolutely correct. With the legislative changes, the DC bylaw can now extend outwards of 10 years. And obviously we know that a lot can change in that time period. by having the exemptions and these programs living inside the DC bylaw, it would mean we'd need to reopen and do a formal amendment to the DC bylaw if we did want to change anything. That then restarts any phase-in provisions that are legislated. It opens us up to appeal. And quite frankly, it's a long, arduous process. We need another background study. There's consultants involved. So there's cost and time involved in that. And frankly, we thought this was a good opportunity for us to sort of follow a bit of a best practice. The region has adopted a similar practice of moving these programs and grant initiatives into policy programs outside of the background study, outside of the bylaw rather. And we felt that this was the opportune time for us to make that change, and frankly, it gives us that flexibility. Like we said, if there are some changes in the industry or the city wants to react to a particular change in the industry, they have that ability at council's discretion to ask for policy changes outside of the bylaw in a much easier fashion. We're also hoping that it might help our business development group package these incentives together in a little bit more of a cohesive fashion for the development industry, just because having to navigate the wording in our bylaw alongside some of these program documents can be a little arduous at times. So our hope is that it's both an opportunity to streamline and add some flexibility for the future.
Okay. And on that point, Your Worship, I just really wanted to give staff some credit for this. I think it's a very innovative idea to pull it out of the DC bylaw. We always hear of governments, perhaps not being the most effective and the most efficient, and this is one example where we're becoming more effective and more efficient. So kudos to staff for coming up with this idea, Your Worship.
That's part of the reason that he's now the deputy treasurer. He's effective and he's efficient. And he's got a name tag coming, I understand, Thursday. So.
No name tag.
All right. We'll make his own out of paper. All right. So did we? Yeah, I'm sorry. I've got Councillor Coco. I'm sorry. Okay, Councillor Patel, Councillor Coco.
Through Mr. Mayor to maybe Mr. CEO. Here we're talking about core industrial zone and non-core industrial zoning. How about area-specific DC charges for the area we want to intensify or maybe infill for the residential development?
Area-specific DC charges are difficult. It's not something we want to get into because it does create big winners and losers, we find, and you can't do development over top of it. And it's hard to disaggregate what is actually being funded for that particular area. For infill projects, DC's, in many cases, they're already relying on existing infrastructure, so it's just intensification of growth at that point in time, so it would be kind of on the standard of the DC cost rates. This council can always look to specific area DCs, but then, that area is then burning a whole cost onto that, to a very small tax base. So if I go to the regional level as an example, if the region said we're going to do specific area DC charges and you have a $400 million water plant that is mostly going to be for Niagara Falls growth, then Niagara Falls has to pay essentially for that thing, versus saying, well, that's growth is good for the region as a whole. If I put a new factory into Niagara Falls, those people don't necessarily live in Niagara Falls, they live across the region. But if you were stuck with specific DC charges for area specific, you could get caught by essentially allocating a lot of cost to a very small area. And so that's why we've cautioned council not to look at that, because to be quite frank, I don't want the region thinking about specific area discharges. I think we function very much as a region. Our water systems are intertwined, our transportation systems are intertwined. People work in one city, live in another city, and looking at development across on a regional thing, I think, is the best way to go about it, and it kind of levels the playing field across municipalities. So, I don't know if I answered your question fully, or if Mr. Dowling has any other things to add about area-specific.
My only rationale I had was, when is the infill, or even within intensification zoning, we already have infrastructure there, right? So we're not spending anything extra on it. So that's actually incentive for somebody to just take on those areas to build.
Yeah, except just because they're in an area doesn't mean that they're not using capacity from something else that wasn't built before. And if you look at what's in DC's, DC's covers everything from fire trucks to libraries to, you know, a whole bunch of community assets. So just because there's an infill project, it doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, there isn't. And the other thing with DC studies, you have to remember there's X number of $1 million worth of projects outlined in a DC study. But then of those projects, so much is taken out for benefit to existing. So if any of those new projects have a benefit to existing, the DC's not paying for that. And then there's, the name has changed and I'm getting old. It used to be post-period. It's now changed to something else. The young guys know the names better. But the post-period adjustment, so anything that was going to last beyond the DC study is also taken out. So, you know, the way the logic of the DCs is it's trying to get to that percentage of those projects that are growth related get paid for by new growth. And that includes, you know, projects that are infilled. Now, if you did a demolition and rebuilt something on it, there is a demolition credit, which is accounted for under the DCs. But if, you know, and you get a credit for what was existing. But if I just take down if I take down, you know, one building and put an apartment building up, that's really not an infill because it's created more demand on the system. So that's why DCs would apply. You do get your DC demolition credit, but you'd still have to pay for the new growth on that.
Thank you. Well, while you're standing, well, we have that. We have CIP credits for the industrial development. How about the retail development?
Commercial, there is nothing for commercial unless it's in a CIP zone. And we're going to be looking at those items too. And that comes back to Councillor Peter Angelo's comment. You know, I think we need, as the world changes, we need to take a look at what we're incentivizing. And I think we need to be more nimble with what we are incentivizing. So, you know, those are certain things that we can consider. It's really up to this council and future councils to say what kind of growth are we looking for and what kind of growth should we incentivize. So if that is something that we want to take a look at, we can put that through an incentive program.
Yeah, because it's I have seen in some others, I don't remember the name of the cities. I think Barrie is one of them. I could be wrong. Yeah. But those cities have the program where they are doing installment for DC charges. So after the rezoning application, after 1 year after that, that's the first installment. The year after, there's a second installment. So you're not specifically giving them any rebate on it. You're just giving them extra time to pay for the DCs.
Yeah, and you can enter in payment plans. And that's something we can certainly look at. And we did that at the region. We did payment plans for that. And that's something we can take a look at.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really like the idea about pulling the policy outside of the bylaw. It saves time and money. I understand that. But it talked about an exemption for the current industrial at 100% and that the legislated exemption was at 50%. What would that policy be then? Did we decide on a percentage? It just stated what it was.
Through your worship, the intention currently is to maintain status quo of what's currently in the bylaw. So the current exemption in the current DC bylaw is a 100% exemption on industrial uses. So the intent, at least initially, is to maintain that and not make any revisions to that, but just ensure that we have a policy in place so that when the new bylaw is adopted, we can kind of maintain that same level of incentivization for industrial.
Okay, thank you.
And then we can come back and change it.
Okay. I brought up about the specific area, DC, and I know you just talked about that, but it was the hospital that I brought that up. We've invested a lot of money in infrastructure there, $27 million, and I felt that growth should be paying for growth and using part of that as a development charge for that growth. So I don't agree with not having a hospital specific area. There's a couple of other things in there that I'm concerned about. It talks about additional phase-in at the legislative requirement, and when we do that, it would be the difference would be funded by the city. So again, the taxpayers are borrowing that cost. We also talked about interest-bearing deferral programs could defer DC payments to occupancy. This would put the money on that the city would have to pay for infrastructure instead of the development, and I really believe that development should pay for development, growth should pay for growth. And the other issue with that is if the city takes on debt for development. Now that's increasing our debt load, and our ARP is going to be high, and if we need debt at certain point, we might be too high that we can't borrow. So there is a risk. The report does talk about a risk there. And it also talks about proposed exemptions for the provincial attainable and affordable housing. This goes back to what I was just saying about how do we monitor this. We're talking about development charges and waiving them, but we don't have anything on the other end, so there needs to be some accountability there. The report also talks about if we're funding the additional phase-in charge of 50%, so instead of going from the 80% that is legislated, but we could go down to 50%, that would be $3.03 million that would be funded on the taxpayers' levy or rate levy dollars. Again, growth should be paying for growth, development should be paying for development, not the taxpayers. And the last one that I had in there was reduced rate, some urgency in development, freeze at the lower phase-in rate, that's financial exposure to the city is greater. So by doing some of these things, we're really putting the city at risk. We're putting our residents in a position that they might have to pay for things up front for development, and I don't believe that that's the way that we should be doing it.
Did you have anything?
Through the chair, the mayor to the councillor. Yeah, there are multiple points there. You know, we can take it back into the report. On the hospital specific, you know, I don't know what the estimated DC charges are on the hospital itself, but they're significant. They're in the millions and millions of dollars, to be quite frank. And, you know, the hospital, just like a manufacturer, is a economic generator of activity. So there will be development around the hospital. And having a solid hospital in one's community also attracts other investment. So it's no different than incentivizing, you know, other types of growth in your community. In this case, we're not even incentivizing it. They're paying their DCs. And yes, there was some additional infrastructure put in, but any new community, any new area that we put in, any new growth area, you know, we won't get back 100% of what we put in any new urban boundary expansion. That's just the reality. So there's always a burden to the taxpayer. And like I said, this council, and I don't mean to say it flippantly, you know, it is a strategic decision. I call it a teeter-totter. You could have 0 DCs, and there could be, quite frankly, good economic reasons and justifications why you don't want DCs. And you say, well, listen, we're going to grow this community, and everyone's going to participate in the community, and that's going to go through the tax levy, and we're not going to use the DCs. You know, my concern with that would be, well, would developers actually pass those savings on? Like, would the price of a house actually drop if they didn't do that? You know, and when developers come, that's what I challenge them on. You know, but there is a trade-off. When we do charge DCs, you know they're going to recover them from somewhere. So there is some push and pull on the price. So that's why it's, you know, that's why it's strategic for this council to, when we're giving away refunds or incentives, that we get the benefit back. And that's why we're going to start charging for those, and you'll see those charges. Now, you know, at the end of the day, whether I charge for a pipe, if Mr. Nickel needs to put a pipe in the ground to service something, we're going to pay for that pipe, and it's either going to come from a DC reserve, you know, that was collected for a DC, or it's going to come from a capital reserve, which was collected from, you know, a tax levy or a water rate. And that's how we're going to fund growth. So at the end of the day, if you make the decision to grow, and if you make the decision to, you know, hit those targets and hit the growth in the city, the bills have to be paid on the capital side, and it really becomes a decision on how much of it's going to come from development charges, how much of it is going to be incentivized for certain types of growth, and how much is going to come from a levy. And I don't want to oversimplify it, but at some point in time, that's really what it is. It's, you know, which pocket are you going to take the money out of? And you have to make that decision. So, you know, I don't know if I answered all your questions. Hopefully the report coming back and the feedback that will come back will address most of them. But this is a, you know, this is a tough, this will be a tough decision. for this council. And like I said, it is a teeter-totter. You got to kind of balance it. And there's no right or there's no optimal answer or right answer. I think at the end of the day, we just need to make sure that we grow the community the way we want to grow the community. And you got to figure out how to pay for that, going forward. And DCs is one tool that you can choose to use or not use in the toolkit. So staff will make their presentation, and it's really up to council to decide how it is. And our job is to ensure that the growth is captured, going forward. And I'm going to release my chair to Ms. Dolch, because there's a lot of planning stuff coming up.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, so we need to get a motion, do we not? To receive the 5 recommendations? Still no motion. Okay, so looking for a motion from council. Okay, motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Baldinelli. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, 1 opposed. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Dolch, back to the seat.
Thank you.
Item 7.8, 2023 Housing and Growth Monitoring Report, Year in Review. There is a recommendation that council receive the Development Housing Monitoring Report that reviews the status of development and growth management activity for the city for the year 2023. Councillor Peter Angelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. So good report, first of all. Very well written, very informative. On page 1, it talks about the city of Niagara Falls surpassed its provincially modified 2023 housing targets. So maybe I missed something, but does that mean that we're going to be getting money from the province? I mean, that would be my first question.
Ms. Dolch.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. Hopefully, yes. I believe
That's
there's,
good news.
I do have a meeting coming up with the Deputy Minister tomorrow to have some further discussions on this. But generally, based on our calculations, there were some permits that weren't captured, as we've indicated in there, renovations for residential units above, commercial buildings, those kinds of things. Accessory dwelling units were captured, long-term care beds. So we have shelter beds as well. So we have a number of things that we felt would qualify, and we're just waiting to get that letter that the mayor hopefully will get, saying that we've surpassed our targets.
Wow.
No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure, right?
So that ended up, back to me.
Your Worship, that would be fantastic, especially since, our application to the Housing Accelerating Fund is not, I guess, approved yet. Hopefully it will be in the second one, but it would be great just to get any type of boost so that we can just take those funds and we can put it into housing ourselves. So I guess I'll wait to hear back from yourself or Ms. Dolch, but good luck tomorrow. It's good news.
I did further discussion. I did have a further discussion with the Minister, Municipal Affairs, last week. And so he's still reviewing things. I had to point a couple things out to him that was brought to my attention by Ms. Dolch and Mr. Burgess, so we'll see where that lands. He was going to follow up on those key points. Good. Yeah. Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So 276 were added. That was the 200 rooms of the long-term care, 21 suites at the bridge housing, and 55 beds at the homeless shelter that we didn't have in our numbers before. Is that correct?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor, and I may ask Mr. Dick or John to speak on this, but generally it's 200 rooms, the 21 suites, the 55 beds, and we also had an additional 12 apartment units created through renovations, you'll see there, and 37 accessory dwelling units, and I will just confirm I didn't miss anything in that calculation.
Through the mayor to the councillor, and to add to Ms. Dolch, she is correct. I just didn't add in the shelter beds for the total of 587, or is it? So all total, it adds up to 643. But the modified target from the province was 580. We did one more than we were supposed to. I just didn't add the shelter beds because they were beds.
Okay.
But definitely the bridge housing had 21 suites, so apartment
Thank you.
units. Thank you.
I guess in the news, Premier Ford was talking about long-term care beds, shelter beds, and bridge housing, so I guess that's where we got that, and people think that that's a little strange, but they are homes and they are places for people to be, so I understand that. My question is, where are the 200 long-term care beds? I know where the shelter beds are, I know where the bridge housing is, but where are the long-term care beds?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. They're on Oakwood Drive. So there was a ribbon cutting groundbreaking in late last year. I think it was November-ish.
I think so.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And those long-term care beds, are they not under the provincial umbrella, but we get to put them in our numbers? Okay.
Yeah, that was part of our argument.
Okay, thank you. The report's really well laid out, and I know there's a lot of information in there. The thing that I keep coming back to is most of Niagara Falls residents can't buy a brand new house. With the income that they have, we're going through this, and this will be part of the motion that I bring up later on about the housing strategy report. These numbers are all over the place, and most people can't buy a brand new home. So I think we need to sort of look at what we've been doing and reports from 3-4 years ago to what are we doing now, and I know things have severely changed since then. So I just wanted to make those comments, and I also wanted to comment about the VRUs. It said that we have 37 registered, 17 registered in 2023. I think we have a lot of work to do on VRUs. I know that we've put in the AMP system. I know that tourism season is coming up, but we know that there's thousands of VRUs around, so we really need to work on that. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Dolch. The Home Build Faster Fund, what can we use that for?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. Well, I did ask Mr. Burgess if we were successful in getting that money, that we get to keep some for planning studies. Other than that, there is no, it's really, obviously, ideally, we'd like to use it for housing or some kind of housing, affordable housing, CIP that'll be coming forward, looking for budget dollars, those kinds of things. But generally, it's money the province just provides to the municipality.
Okay, because to my understanding, HAP funding is for using for staff to expedite the permits, right? That's what the federal funding?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So the HAF funding had a number of things in it. One in particular was we were looking to afford our affordable housing CIP that we're going to be proposing. And I think the number, if Ms. Hanson can correct me if I'm wrong, it was $1 million per year we were looking to fund for that program if we did receive that funding. And that would help obviously incentivize affordable housing units in the city.
That is all at our discretion to use after a certain percentage. Is that what it is?
That was part of the HAF funding. We identified that as one of our targets, about $3 million to fund that for a 3-year period.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so 7.8, we have a recommendation that we receive the Development Housing Monitoring Report. Looking for a motion by Councillor Campbell, pardon me? Along with the check, yes. I've got a motion by Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. So we go to the consent agenda. It's the motion, yes, Councillor Lococo?
I'd like to pull 8.3, please.
Okay, why don't we just deal with that one first?
Okay.
Sure, 8.3, property tax rates.
Yes, I just want to point out the transit amount. If you look on page 7, the year-over-year percentage of change for transit is 5.5 for most of the categories, and 14% for industrial, excess, and vacant land. Again, I'm going to go back to the whole transit. We were supposed to have 0% increase for 5 years. That's not 0.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, you're right. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just had a question about one. And I guess my question is, this is kind of becoming the norm to pass the applications over to the committee and then to let the committee come back with a recommendation on who they would like to see sit there. Mm-hmm. Is that like where we're headed in the future? Because in the past it would be council that would receive the applications. And I mean, if that's the way that we head, that's the way that we head. The only comment to me last time, on committee of adjustments, because we didn't do that. We didn't get a chance. We weren't even offered to, look at the applications and then have the committee suggest who they would want to sit there. So I'm just wondering, I see it kind of spottingly, though this committee wants to do this and then this committee wants to do this. Are we moving towards some type of policy change, or are we just kind of as council saying, okay, pass it over to the committees? So I think we got to make a decision either way. So I guess I just don't want to see any recommendations come back. This one is for 5 people. Wouldn't want to see it come back and then council only appoint 4 and then appoint someone else. I mean, so we're either going to pass this responsibility over to the committee, or we're going to leave it with council. Right now we seem to be at an in-between point. Some are doing it, some aren't.
Yeah, and I would think this is a committee of council, that all decisions would be made here, but we'll go to the clerk and maybe get some input.
They're all committees of council.
Right,
really.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah, ultimately, the decision rests with this council. And I think it was felt that since there were so many for this particular committee, that there were 5, that we were looking for council direction. The committee has asked that they look at the applications and make a recommendation. If council prefers that those applications just come back to this table, then we can certainly just not go through with that process and just have council make the decision like we did at the start of the term. So just looking for some direction.
Would you like to offer some suggested direction, Councillor, since you brought it up?
It's not that I'd like to offer direction, Your Worship. It's just that I would like to see that it's the same throughout, and right now it's not. I mean, the comment came to me in Committee of Adjustments. Well, we didn't get a chance to look at the applications ahead of time. Otherwise, we would have put our own suggestions forward. We lost a couple people from the committee. I know they weren't happy. So, I mean, I don't know. Again, it just kind of seems as though it's being picked and chosen which ones the committee looks at and then makes a recommendation to council, and then we endorse their recommendations. And then other ones, all the applications are passed to council, and then council looks at them and then makes their recommendations. So I think we got to be consistent in whatever we choose to do. If we're going to pass all the applications to the committee and let them do it, then we're just alleviating ourselves of that responsibility. Same thing that we do sometimes to staff. We just have them, make the decisions for us. So, and then it ends up being a rubber stamp. And I don't know. I mean, I guess I open it up to council. Is that what we want to be?
So what's your position on it? You said they're picked and chosen, but what would you like?
I open it up to council.
So you're part of council. You want to weigh in?
Yeah.
Okay. He just wants everyone else to. What do you? Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On 7.6 on the agenda, the Anti-Racism Committee, that's exactly how that one was done. So I can see from Councillor Peter Angelo's, but we've already approved one tonight that was done that way, and this one's on a different part of the agenda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So is there any direction from council on the way you'd like to see it go? Councillor
Mr.
Patel?
Mayor, I would like to see the application the way we did in the beginning of the term, because the way I did when I picked the applicants for every committee, I looked at the different diversity of experiences and backgrounds. So I think sometimes when committee picks it, I'm not sure if they're looking at the exact same thing as the councilors we pick it. Because for me, I didn't know most of the people on those application. I just pick according to what I thought would make up a good committee. That's
Okay.
the way I see it.
Okay. And I've got Ms. Corbett would like to weigh in as well. And I'll come to Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify this particular situation, what's happened is that this particular committee has received a number of, quite an influx at this point in the term. Because they were appointed somewhat recently, the committee's coming to council just to get that particular direction, just to ask if they can review those committee applications that were submitted last year. It is ultimately the decision of council as to how they want to appoint those members of the committee. The committee just said, hey, well, I guess a bit plainly is that, hey, we have some members that we'd like to fill positions for. Would council be okay if we reviewed those applications? However, it is ultimately an advisory committee of council. It is legislated by the province. It is ultimately council's decision.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Nieuwesteeg?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree with Councillor Patel's that it should come back. We are responsible at the beginning for these committees, so it really does lie on us as responsibility. If somebody is appointed that isn't really appropriate, it will end up being our responsibility. So I think the responsibility and accountability should match, should come back to council.
Okay, so we've heard from council. So what direction, so
Mr.
we've
Mayor?
got one in front of us right now.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Coco.
Sorry, I just want to go, I do agree that they should come back to council, but one on the agenda was done the other way, and now this one might be treated differently. So I just want to put that out
Yeah,
there.
that's a good point. Okay.
But it's not the first time anyway. I mean, there's been other ones that have been done that way. That's what I'm saying, we're inconsistent. Yes.
Yeah.
That's all. So that's why I'm asking, like, which way are we headed?
The clerk's going to be consistent. He's going to weigh in.
Well, I just want to point out, if there was a vacancy around this table, there's not one option on how to fill that vacancy. Council can choose to have a by-election. Council can choose to appoint the runner-up. Council can choose to just appoint someone that was a qualified elector. So there are many options, and you know, I think the reason why this one was dealt with a little bit separately was simply because of the volume of vacancies that exist. That there are 5 of them. If council wishes to make a motion that all the applications come back, and let this council make that decision as to how to fill those vacancies, that can be done as well.
Looking for a motion from council. Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Ms. Patel.
Mr. Clerk made a good point that we already voted for this council, this committee members. So if it's the middle of the term, can we still just promote the runner-ups who are like maybe number 7 or number 8? Just same thing would happen if in the council, right? So.
Yeah, if there were enough, right? I don't remember
there
because
were
that
enough.
was done 2 years ago, right? So more than 2.5 years ago almost, or whatever
No.
it is. But regardless, we could, right, Mr. Clerk?
Okay.
Do we know if they're runners up?
We could, I don't have the applications in front of me. I don't
then
know
we have-
what the outcome of the votes were, how close it was. If there are even 5, I think there are. Again, that could be done. Like I said, there's options on filling vacancies at this council. There's options on filling vacancies for committees.
So why don't you put a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll put a motion in. Oh, you want to say something?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay, I'll put a motion in to bring the applications to the councils.
Okay, and you're seconding it, Councillor?
I am, but I mean, more importantly, I would just ask that we no longer ask committees to recommend to council. I think it's council's responsibility to recommend who they want on the committee. And I don't like the idea that some committees are being given all the applications ahead of time and others aren't.
Right.
So we either pick one way or the other, and I'm comfortable with council looking at all of them.
So you're good with that, Councillor? Okay, so we got the motion. Is there any further discussion? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, all right, that's unanimous. Great, that didn't take too long. Okay, let's move along here. Okay, now that was just for, which one was that one now, Mr. Clerk? I'm 8.1. So there's only, okay, so the remainder of the consent agenda, did someone make that a motion? Councillor Lococo?
I pulled 8.3, I'm opposed to 8.3.
Okay, right. Okay, motion by Councillor Peter Angelo to remove the balance, second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved with Councillor Lococo opposed to 8.3, the property tax rate. On to 9, communications and comments of the city clerk. There's a recommendation that we support 9.1 through 9.9. What's the motion of council? Councillor Nieuwesteeg? Okay, motion by Councillor Nieuwesteeg to support 9.1 through 9.9, seconded by Councillor Patel. Okay, second by Councillor Thompson, sorry, wrong hand. If there's no further discussion of that, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. And just real quickly, that was correspondence from Niagara Region. Proclamation of Canadian Viral Hepatitis Elimination Day on May 9th. Proclamation and flag lowering request National Day of Mourning, April 28th. Proclamation request Moose Hide Campaign Day, May 16th. Flag raising request Dig Safe Month, and that will be for April. Proclamation flag raising request Shriners Week, June 3rd through 9th. Proclamation and flag raising request Haitian Day, May 18th. Proclamation request Menstrual Health Day, May 28th. And proclamation and flag raising request Sikh Heritage Month. That will be for April. Yes, Councillor Coco.
Mr. Mayor, just a comment. I didn't see 9.9, so I don't know when it got put on there. I think it was updated earlier today. I couldn't, like, I just moved there now to see what it was. If we do have an addition, can we please get an email? It's really difficult to vote on something that I haven't even read.
Yep,
Obviously, it's
yep.
easy for this one, but
One thing I've learned, what I do now, and it's a good practice, I just update right before council, because sometimes there's something that changes or gets withdrawn or whatever. But notice, it's in the print version, the yellow one that's on your desk.
I don't look at the print version when I come
Okay.
in. I've done all my notes prior.
No problem. So that's just direction to staff if we could make notice of that. Thank you. Did we call the vote? We did. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you unanimously. Moving on to 10, communications and comments of the city clerk. There's a recommendation that we receive and file 10.1 through 10.6. Direction of council. Sorry, Mr. Clerk.
Just want to point out that since the agenda was posted, we have had one resident, Mr. Mark Freeman, who is with us tonight, who has made a request to speak to item 10.3.
Okay, why don't we do that first then? 10.3, correspondence from Enbridge Gas. And we have Mark Freeman, a citizen of Niagara, who'd like to speak. So if you'd like to come to the microphone, sir, you've got 5 minutes. If you could just introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Mark Freeman. I'm a resident of the Niagara region. First, I should have said hello, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I appreciate the time to speak with you tonight. I'm here to talk about the correspondence that you and other municipalities are receiving from Enbridge, and would like to just provide a slightly different perspective on what they're saying. Okay? Next slide, please. Who am I talking to?
I can do it.
All right, thank you.
The keyboard in front of you, hit the arrow keys, it'll go to the next slide.
Yeah, whatever you prefer.
I'll just ask you if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll be try to be brief here. The OEB decision really that was made in December was really made to eliminate the subsidies for new gas expansion projects. I saw it as a huge decision and sort of a turning point for Ontario, that we actually are showing signs of understanding climate change and making the necessary changes to meet the challenge. The basics of the debate that's going on, because we're seeing conflicting information. Environmental groups are telling you one thing, Enbridge is telling you something different, okay? So the basic information, as I understand it, is that the existing Enbridge model right now, it's really based on funding their network growth by raising rates of existing customers. And they amortize all those costs across 40 years. So that's what's happening today. There's some other moving parts here as well. So the Ontario Energy Board, they've concluded that the cheapest way to heat buildings now is with heat pumps. It's not with natural gas. Another important consideration that they've made is that the green energy transition is underway around the world, including Ontario, everywhere in Canada. So I don't think we should really expect that new pipelines are going to be in use 40 years from now. That's kind of a real stretch. If we understand that the energy transition is underway and that it will probably be, who knows how many years, 5, 10, 20, it's certainly not 40. So what the OEB decision did is it really leveled the playing field. So instead of just saying the default is natural gas, it's leveling the playing field, saying we're opening the door to zero emission buildings and providing the opportunity for other fossil-free solutions, including heat pumps and district energy, which I'm sure most of you are aware of, and not just the default for natural gas going forward. Okay? Bill 165 simply reverses the OEB decision, and it wants to maintain the status quo. One comment I made that people always challenge is the comment I made about heating buildings with heat pumps is cheaper than natural gas. So there's all sorts of studies, all sorts of reports that say that. I'll reference one, and I apologize for not putting it in here. But the Canadian Climate Institute, name of their report is Heat Pumps Pay Off. And that's a really good document that you can look at that explains all this. I'd like to go through just a few pages, a sample of Enbridge's claims that they made in their correspondence. So the first one is really about the OEB decision putting natural gas in doubt. And the reality is that the OEB decision does not limit the use of natural gas. It just says developers and home buyers should have a choice. That's what it does. So you can continue to heat with fossil gas, or you can use one of the many fossil-free options. That's what the OEB decision does. The other claim from Enbridge is that it increases the cost of gas connections, which is not true. The cost of gas connection doesn't change. What changes is how it's paid for and who's paying for it. So it's saying instead of existing customers paying it through rate increases, it should be handled by developers, or I don't know why Enbridge doesn't eat it themselves, but if I have time, I could get into that in more detail. And in terms of how it's paid, it shouldn't be paid over 40 years. It should be paid up front. Okay? Some other Enbridge claims. So Bill 165 provides consumer choice. First of all, I don't appreciate being called a consumer. I'm a customer, okay, not a consumer of their products, okay? So anyways, the opposite is true. Once the gas lines are built out and furnaces are installed and water heaters are installed, it's over. There is no choice. So Bill 165 does not provide customer choice. OEB decision does. Next claim is that Bill 165 supports affordable energy. And again, that's not factual, because right now what's happening is developers, they don't pay for the gas infrastructure. That's subsidized. And they don't pay for ongoing heating bills of residents and buildings. So they have no incentive to do anything other than the status quo. Just keep doing what we're doing, which is installing fossil fuel. So the OEB decision encourages developers to utilize the most cost-effective solutions for new homes and buildings. So again, it's the opposite of what Enbridge is saying. Let's see. Oh yeah, this one. Wonderful. Enbridge claims that natural gas is sustainable energy and that it is part of the energy transition. This is ridiculous. I hope I don't have to explain it, but I'll go through it. Fossil fuel, which natural gas is a part of, is the problem. That is the problem that's causing climate change. So how can it possibly be the solution? Right now, fossil gas is responsible for about 1/3 of Ontario's greenhouse gas emissions. So Bill 165 would just allow that to grow and grow and grow. They also refer to natural gas as being a sustainable energy, which it is not. Technically, definition would mean that it is in unlimited supply, and it is not. It seems like it right now, but it's not. The sun is. The wind is. And sustainability also infers that it's non-polluting, and again, that's not the case. All right, let's see. Oh, right. So Enbridge claims Bill 165 provides clarity to investors. So this is an interesting one. The reality is we do need to send a clear, consistent message to investors. That's true. But what investors are looking for, and this has been proven over the past few years, is they're looking to green their operations. They're looking for buildings that have low or zero emissions. So natural gas is not the solution. I know we lost a big deal last year in Ontario. I think it was a chemical company, but I couldn't find the note before I got here. So in fact, Bill 165 is preventing progress and it's preventing economic development. That's what it's doing. Okay, they also question the capacity of our electrical system. This is an interesting one, to be honest. Prior to this current provincial government, Ontario had an abundance of electricity. That's no longer the case. However, there are steps being taken right now by the province to remedy that, and other solutions exist. So my belief is that individuals as well as municipalities and others need to be pushing the government to do the right thing and provide the power that we need. We shouldn't be providing support for Bill 165 just because bad decisions were already made. Okay? I'm over my time. The last one on this page is their revenue horizon. They're talking about it being a barrier to affordable energy. The opposite is really true. Because like I said before, if we amortize all these pipelines over 40 years, and the energy transition is going on. More and more customers are leaving the network, so the costs of that network, the rates are going to be going through the roof. Okay? Okay. I'll just talk about, okay, so the Enbridge claim about, no, it's not a claim. They're holding public hearings, and I just see this as being totally unnecessary, because the OEB decision was made after a year-long process that had tens of thousands of pages of documents. There already were public hearings and dozens of interviews with experts across the country. So the right decision was made, and it was made in an independent and unbiased process. Enbridge didn't like it, the decision, so they asked the Ontario government for a do-over, and that's really wasting all of Ontario's time. The last one I'll comment on is the myth, what they claim is a myth, and it's really just a deceptive statement that they're using, that Enbridge Gas receives subsidies for new gas infrastructure from the Government of Ontario. So technically not from the Government of Ontario, they're receiving it from ratepayers. So they're just using a play of words to try to convince people that there's no subsidy. There is. And I'll move on to conclusions. So at the end of the day, what we're really talking about here is the OEB is trying to drive change. And Enbridge is really fighting for no change, status quo. And the reality is that the OEB decision recognizes that the world is changing, and we need to adapt accordingly. We need to understand climate change, we need to understand the green energy transition, and we need to understand the affordability crisis. The OEB decision does all of that and makes the right decision for Ontarians. Okay? The status quo is basically not working, so why would we stick with it? I'm not going to go over this. I'll just wrap it up by just saying, personally, I believe the Ontario Energy Board has our best interests in mind, and they should be supported. I'm over?
Yeah, but finish it. You're done, so
okay.
Finish up. Yep.
Yeah, and I personally don't really trust Enbridge and our provincial government right now that's doing the right thing for Ontarians. And I just want to thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions on that presentation. Thanks for allowing me to run over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman. Do we have any questions of council for Mr. Freeman? I think that was very detailed. Appreciate it. It was a lot of information. Our intention tonight, or the recommendation of our clerk, we're just going to receive it.
Yes,
we're not
understood.
gonna take action on it.
Yes.
So thank you. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it's under receive and file, but how this got very complicated was that Enbridge's letter was under receive and file a few meetings ago, and it got pulled and approved. So that's why this is a little confusing. These ones are under receive and file. This council approved the Enbridge letter and did not approve the OEB letter.
Okay.
So that's why there's a lot of confusion and concern.
Well, this is correspondence from Enbridge. So what do you mean it got?
No, a couple of meetings ago, there was correspondence from Enbridge, and it was under receive and file, and it was pulled and supported by this council. I was
Okay.
opposed to it.
But this is from Enbridge.
I do understand that, but, and then there, 10.4 is also about Pelham supporting the OEB decision and against the Enbridge. So the other one was receive and file. Had we received and filed that one, so now it's getting very confusing. We have two different, we have Enbridge telling us certain things, and we have the OEB, which is an independent, unbiased organization. So we've already approved Enbridge. So I just want to put that out there, because it's getting very confusing for a lot of residents about why are we supporting one and not the other, and
Well, maybe we can get a little.
We can't support both of them. We support one or the other. We can't support them both.
Well, we need maybe get some direction from the clerk. Why would be? Is it the same thing? I don't remember. It was the last meeting. I don't remember what it was now.
I think it was 2 meetings ago.
It was back on February 6th that there was an item on the agenda for correspondence. The staff recommendation was for the information of council, and council chose to make a motion to support the government's quick action, which was provincial legislation, to try and reverse the Ontario Energy Board's decision. That support also included sending out correspondence to our local MPP and to the Ontario Energy Board. Tonight's correspondence is again from Enbridge, and it was really just talking about the The action plan and what was taking place yesterday and today to consider Bill 165, and again was just listed on tonight's agenda for information. I would see nothing wrong with council still receiving the correspondence as information. If they're looking to do otherwise, we'd have to entertain a motion for reconsideration.
I'm not asking to, I just
You're
wanted
just
to
pointing
put
it
it
out.
out there that that's what happened, that's why we're here right now, and there's concerns from a lot of residents about the two and why there's confusion.
Okay, fair enough. So we're looking for, or suggested from our clerk that we receive items 10.1 through 10.6 to receive. So we're not in these. Yes, okay, motion by Councillor Thompson. Second, look for a second by Councillor Campbell. Okay, and if there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, so we've just received and filed. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for coming out. Okay, that takes us to 10.6. And then we go to 11, communications and comments of the city clerk. 11.1, noise bylaw extension request in Chippewa for their slow pitch tournament and street dance. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Nieuwesteeg that we approve all, well, let me start with the noise, if that's okay.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yes,
Mr.
Councillor,
Mayor.
yep.
I just want to point out for these bylaws, so 11.4, the noise bylaw exemption, with staff taking it over, I think that's fine. There's no real issue with that. But as you saw tonight, we had people here that are promoting their event, and they've asked it to be put on the social medias, and they're promoting it. So if it doesn't come to council, organizations are going to miss that opportunity to have it promoted if it just gets approved or denied at the clerk's office.
Okay.
So there's that point. And the other one I wanted to bring up on 11.3 is, will the residents be notified about that work about the storm drain and the hours?
Which one's that,
11.3.
Do we know who'd that be, Mr. Nickel, or who would be that, who would notify the neighbors that we're gonna be digging a storm drain? That's 11.3?
I can.
Oh, the clerk's gonna jump in. Save the day, Mr. Clerk.
That would be the intent, and that was what was done last time when there was a situation like this where they're asking to do work after hours.
On Morrison,
So
maybe
yes,
the
they could certainly make sure that they deal with the residents nearby. I just want to point out that your comment about groups not being able to come forward if we're just going to, approve noise exemptions, that's not the case. They could certainly still make a request to come back and promote their event. And also the intent of the memo in amending the bylaw, the memo in 11.4, it's not to have myself or staff approve all noise bylaw exemptions. I would still prefer to bring them to this council. It's just in cases where there's extenuating circumstances like construction work that needs to be done, and we get notified that it needs to be done this Thursday and there's not a council meeting until next Tuesday. If it's felt that it's a priority, we want to be able to delegate that decision to staff. For ease of convenience, it does say the city clerk. I wouldn't be making that decision unilaterally. Something like a construction, I'd be reaching out to our general manager of municipal works, getting comments from himself or his staff. We'd be working collectively. I'd go through the rest of senior staff if needed as well. And in some cases, there might be a festival or something that's going on. And again, they haven't taken into consideration the time of when the council meetings are scheduled. So it's not just for me to take on that responsibility and delegate it all. I would still prefer to bring as many as possible to this council first.
Great, thank you for the explanation.
Okay, thank you for that. So we've got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Nieuwesteeg, that we support 11.1 through 11.4 for noise bylaw exemptions. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, Mr. Clerk, and those are, as I said, Chippewa Slow Pitch Tournament Street Dance. That for this year, that is for St. George, St. Archangel Michael Church Grounds, Serbian Picnic Grounds. That is for the Silver Line Group, the one we just talked about, the sanitary and water main connection on McLeod Road. And lastly, that would be for the city clerk for any minor amendments that he mentioned. Those are the ones we just approved. So now we're at 11.5, correspondence from a resident to the mayor and council regarding the GO train station. Councillor Pietrangelo, did you want to make it? Okay, motion to refer to staff, and then maybe we can share with the Parks Commission as well. They do run the WeGo down there. Okay, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. It's approved unanimously, Mr. Clerk. Ratification of in-camera.
So earlier this evening, council met in camera after approving the resolution to do so, and to report is that council approve the purchase of land at 12761 Sodom Road, that the city solicitor and the CEO or their designates be authorized to execute all documentation and take whatever steps necessary to carry out and complete the transaction. And lastly, that council direct staff to approach the province to investigate the designation of the QEW corridor between Niagara Falls and Fort Erie as provincially significant employment zone.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo. Are you moving the approval of the consent agenda? And are you? I'm sorry, ratification of it in camera. Yes. You want to speak to it?
Yeah, Your Worship. I mean, now that it's brought out in public, are we allowed to speak to it?
Mr. Clerk, yes?
Yeah, I just want to say that, I mean, I'm very excited, Your Worship. We've talked for a while about hopefully acquiring some lands for, you know, a new industrial park. We badly need more industrial lands in the city of Niagara Falls. I think it helps with diversification. I think it helps with, you know, attracting other businesses so that we can create good paying jobs. And I mean, I think we're putting our best foot forward. Right now, we don't have any more industrial land in the city of Niagara Falls to give to any businesses, or not to give, but to sell to any businesses that are coming in from outside. And the other part of it, Your Worship, is that, I mean, and I don't know, I mean, how we're going to pay for this? Is that something that we're allowed to talk about?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay, great. So we're going to use the funds from the sale of NRBN. And personally, Your Worship, I think it's a great legacy for NRBN to be able to say that, you know, this is something that we left for the city. So, I mean, NRBN was an incredible success story. As a municipality, we did very well with that investment. And hopefully the industrial park, or the new industrial park that we create, is going to bring back even more dividends, Your Worship. So I'm happy that staff were able to, you know, negotiate the purchase and sale of that land. And I'm pleased that council saw it through to the end.
Excellent. And that's a motion to approve the in-camera, ratification of in-camera. Yep. And that's seconded by Councillor Thompson. Yep, we'll call the, did you want to speak to it, Councillor?
Mr. Mayor, I really like the suggestion of asking province to dedicate that QW corridor as a employment intensification zone. Because when you drive by Mississauga and Toronto, when you're driving on the highway, you're seeing those industries right both sides. Yeah. And that's what I would love to see in our city in 10 years or 15 years. And that's progress, and that will be creating very well-paying jobs. And that's what we are lacking in this city, is very well-paying jobs. So we are building houses, but we need jobs to pay for houses. And that's the only way we will attract the high talent and people with higher skills to come into the city, and then we can bring lots of prestige industries like IT industries and all the other stuff. So I'm really excited for that.
Excellent, excellent, I agree with you. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What does that request to the province mean for agricultural land along the QEW? Are we going to lose agricultural land?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of that request, obviously, if you've looked at the region's official plan, it was already identified as a future employment corridor, so it already has been recognized. What this does is the province designates it, and it protects it long term. So it is protected for employment. You know, if it's just in the regional plan, it's not as strong as a protection as it would be on a provincial level. So they did it up in the GTA. They put a lot of provincial significant employment areas in place, or zones in place, along the QEW corridor to make sure that they couldn't be converted longer term for residential, and that they would be protected for employment for the long term. And it does make a lot of sense, being that it's a major movement corridor with the border crossing.
Thank you. I understand about the employment zone and the industrial, but then I just started thinking about agricultural. So are we going to lose agricultural, even though it was stated in the OP? Are there agricultural pieces along there that are going to be lost?
Ms. Dolce.
Thank you, Worship. So obviously right now it's operating, a lot of agricultural operations are in that area. Whether or not they're full-time farms or not, I can't tell you at this point. Obviously, being adjacent to a QEW corridor, it was the reason it was designated in the first place. Obviously, we need a plan for future employment if we plan to grow. So that's, again, the other areas outside of that corridor area would be protected, though, for agricultural.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to compliment city staff on going out and securing this type of land. We've seen in the past that if we don't have the industrial land, that we're not able to do anything. So it was very proactive and setting ourselves up for the future. And a very large piece, instead of piecing things together as time goes on, those large pieces will start to be whittled down, and we wouldn't have that opportunity. So I just want to comment and congratulate staff on their proactive initiative on this.
Well done, well done. It was a big feat to secure this land. I can tell you, I had a very productive discussion with the Minister Fideli and told him about our plans, and it's great because with what's happening with the electric vehicle market, it puts us in the game. You know, it'll put us right in the game, so, which is going to be great for employment, because it's great to have houses, but people need jobs, good jobs. Right? So that's terrific. So did we call a vote? Last time, we haven't. Okay. So this is for ratification of in-camera. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Notion of motion? Notice of motion? Notice of motion. Notion of motion? No, notice of motion. I'll be okay. Councillor Lococo?
Sorry, mine's new business. It's under the same one. Can I talk now?
Yeah, it's the same one. Yep.
Okay, great. A lot of people saw you on TV with the moon. I got mooned in Niagara Falls
Yep.
for the Eclipse t-shirt, and people want to buy them. Now, I know you said it was just a one-off, but there were a lot of people that contacted me. I don't know, is there an ability to do another run?
If I had shirts that day, I could have sold as many as I had. Everybody wants, so we could, what we did, we just did it for promo for some of the television stuff. We had just like a handful made. So we'd have to, and we could ask staff to look into the pricing and find out. And if people still want them, I know oftentimes the emotional heat of the moment, that's when they want it. And later like, nah, but some may still, because they are very cool shirts. And I can't believe there weren't entrepreneurs out there with those. I thought, because I'd been wearing it for a few weeks before, I thought someone's going to do this. And I have to give credit. So I got to give credit, because he's going to shoot me if I don't. Councillor Strange sent me a decal weeks before of something he saw online. He goes, this was a cool, so we went out and our staff, through Ms. Moldenhauer, our general manager of Rec and Culture, created these stickers. And everyone loved them right away. So then we thought, for some TV things, let's turn it into a t-shirt. So we just had a few made. We just had a handful of them made. And it was so well received. Everybody, every reporter, every media, all people in the park, people were stopping me, all in the crowds, going, how do I get one of those? And I was like, oh my God, I wish, they were giving me their sizes. I thought, I wish we had them. So I'll tell you what we will do. I'll ask staff tomorrow to look into what it would cost us. And then this way, if people want to pre-order them, and then they get the size they want, right? You want XL, you want a small, we can get them. So we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
And lastly, I do want to mention one more thing, just while we're on this topic. Did I mention about, yes, I already mentioned about James Cameron, didn't I? Yes, I did. I'm sorry. Okay, I already did. But you know what I didn't mention? The Guinness Book of World Records. Yeah. I can't believe I overlooked that. I got to, just while we're on this kind of topic, you know, and I know Clark Burnett, our senior manager at the museum and exchange, he wanted to many times shoot me, but not just him, many others in staff, because we were relentless in our pursuit of breaking a Guinness Book of World Records, and it was a lot of work. It was a lot of challenges, But the thing that was so exciting, and right up until the moment, you know, people didn't show, and we had to recruit people off the street to wear the outfit, like, and you had to have black pants or yellow or white, so you couldn't get just anybody. You had to be, and people were disqualified because their pants weren't black enough, because maybe they had black jeans that had been washed too many times, and they're like, nope. And so they had adjudicators disqualifying people. So, I mean, we were down to the wire, and I mean, you know, those boats are scheduled to the minute. And in the end, the world record set in China in December 2020 was 287, and they waited till after the cruise, after they did all the numbers. We're all waiting, bated breath, and then they announced your number was 309. You now hold the world record. So we were pretty excited. It was everyone worked really hard to make, and it was fun, but it was stressful at the same time. And Clark just said, please don't ever do this again. So, you know, fair enough. And or he's throwing me over the boat. But so anyway, just got to say, a lot of our staff really came through in so many different areas. It was stressful, but you know, when you put on a big party for the world, it's stressful. You know, but the outcome now, by the way, on Twitter or X, whatever we call it now, Niagara Falls is still trending. So more than 24 hours later, we're still trending. You tell me I can't wait. They're going to do all the Google Analytics to tell us the value of what happened in the coverage around the world. I mean, all major media. I can't wait to see the numbers. It'll take a couple of weeks till the numbers come out, but we'll see what they are. The impact's massive. Not just the 200,000 that were here, but the millions around, the hundreds of millions around the world that we're following. It's exciting. I can't wait to hear the numbers. So, did I answer the question? I don't even know what the question was now. See, I went off on T-shirts, yes. So, we'll look into that tomorrow. Thank you. So where are we at now with 14, Mr. Clerk, motions here? Help me through this.
Yeah, there are a number of motions that were previously, last meeting, notice of motions. It'd probably be appropriate to just have each councillor speak to and introduce their motion, with the exception of Councillor Strange, his motion, which was 14.4. In his absence, he has asked that we defer that to the next meeting.
Got it. Okay, great. Okay, so then we'll start with Councillor Baldinelli. You've got the first motion, 14.1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Motion I brought forward was, or notice of motion I brought forward, was that the staff bring an update on current practices and report to explain our options for the municipal accommodation tax and its best practices. Now, I just wanted to follow up with a few questions that possibly they can add. I went through this with the CAO. I was ready. So what is the municipal accommodation tax, and what is it presently used for in the city? Why is our current MAT significantly less than most municipalities in Ontario? How much revenue is the MAT expected to generate approximately year over year? How would the city of Niagara Falls use the MAT currently compared to those municipalities with a significant tourism component to their economy? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
How can we improve and or enhance the tourism experience while trying to ensure that we're respecting our community? And finally, what are the current impacts of tourism on our municipality, and can that MAT be used to implement measures that would try to alleviate the pressures of tourism on the residents and the city itself? That would be it.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
So, yep, motion by Councillor Baldinelli. Are you seconding it, Councillor
I will
Coker?
second it, and I had a couple of comments as well. A couple of meetings ago, when we were discussing our budget, I brought up about the MAT tax, and I found that the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, they said that 50% of the MAT tax can go to the tourism sector, and the other 50% can go to the city budget. When I brought it up, our CAO said it had to be promoting tourism. So I talked to staff to find out what in our budget is promoting tourism. I spoke to Ms. Moldenhauer, and there's a $20,000 sports tourism rebate grant there. And then we also had our music study done, we got a FedDev grant for the music study. So it's not in the budget for 2024, but in 2025, part of that is to bring tourism to Niagara Falls, and the other part is to support local artists and musicians. So I don't know how much that dollar figure is going to be in 2025, but those are things that we could promote tourism that we were going to put in our budget anyway. So if we get more from the MAT, that's where we can promote it. Right now, we're getting 5% fee and admin fee, and in the 2024 budget, it was $3.9 million for the MAT, and out of that, we got 5%, and that's $200,000. So a 50%, and maybe it's not 50%, but I'd like to see tourism and residents and the city be able to benefit all at once. It doesn't have to be 50-50, maybe it could be 60-40. It's a lot better than 200,000. So what I would like to do is, when I looked at the agreement, it said that the termination of the contract can be terminated with 1 year's notice, December 31st by June 30th. And it also said that the review of the agreement is 5 years. So it was signed January 2019. 5 years is January 2024. Was it reviewed in January 2024? Because then the next part of it is that it's reviewed every 3 years after that. So I guess my question for staff when they bring a report is, can we look at that review? Do we have an opportunity to change it if we wanted to? I talked about the music strategy, the Eclipse. Though that was promoting tourism, that could be something that could come out of those funds. And those were all the comments that I had.
Okay, that's great, that's great. Well, with this report, I'm sure we're gonna get everything back. So we've got a motion, Councillor Baldinelli, and seconded by Councillor Lococo regarding the MAT tax. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I didn't really understand the 50-50 or 60-40 split. Is the suggestion to tax the tourism industry to use on the residential side? Is that the suggestion?
We could ask Councillor Lococo.
No, the suggestion is that the $2 per room tax that Niagara Falls Tourism collects, right now they're getting a 5% admin fee. We are getting a 5% admin fee, which is $200,000. According to the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, it can be 50% to the Niagara Falls Tourism and 50% can come back to the city instead of that 5% admin fee. Now, I'm not saying it has to be 50-50 or 60-40 or whatever. What I am saying is it has to promote tourism, and the CAO said it has to promote tourism. So I've looked at our budget, what's in our budget to promote tourism. I'm sure we can come up with things that could promote tourism, so the city would get more money from the MAT tax instead of it all going to Niagara Falls Tourism.
Okay. Yeah, just, Your Worship, I guess when the report comes back, hopefully it can have a bit of history for everyone who's, I guess, new or somewhat new around the table as to how we got to the point that we got to. I think if you roll things back 20 years, you'll see that the city used to pay for the Winter Festival of Lights. We used to give, in excess of $400,000 to Niagara Falls Tourism. We used to sponsor things such as Nick Walenda when he came to the city, Crushed Ice, the New Year's Eve concerts, the illumination, the fire, crashed ice, what did I say?
Crushed ice,
the boys. Yeah. Oh, that's right, that's right. The illumination, the fireworks, these were all tourism-related things that the city used to sponsor. And then when the new MAT tax came in, I think the Hotel Association was formed, and they said, if you allow us to collect the dollars ourselves, we'll take all those expenses away from the city, which they did. So I just want to make it really clear in the report that, we used to be in a model where, our budgets would support a lot of tourism-related items. I don't really believe we're there anymore. The staff can correct me, and I don't know whether or not offhand they would know.
I think in the report we'll get everything.
In the report, that would be great, Your Worship. Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
that's awesome. Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Okay, thank you for that. And then we move on to Councillor Lococo. You have two of them, I guess?
Yes.
14.2 and 14.3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 14.2 is the housing strategy. Almost every development application that comes before us, we make comments about the affordability, affordable housing rate, attainable rate. Is it realistic? Is it not? What is affordable? What is attainable? Are we approving developments that align with the 121-page report that was done back in June of 2021? I want to bring up some statistics because I think this is really important that we need to revisit it and educate ourselves more and inform ourselves more. 42.3% of Niagara Falls population is 55 to 64 years old. They require different housing than if it was a family. One-person households are 25.9% in Niagara Falls. Almost half of our Niagara Falls households, 49.3%, make less than $60,000, which is much lower than the region and the province. 47.4% of rental households indicated that they're spending more than 30% of their income on housing. In that housing report, it has rent for a bachelor apartment of $643, a one-bedroom of $968, a two-bedroom $1,098, a three-bedroom $1,145. It's very difficult right now to find a one-bedroom for at least $1,200. So this was done in 2021. We're 3 years beyond, and a lot of things have changed. Affordable housing appears to be more acute than in the Niagara region. And this is out of the report, home ownership is difficult or impossible for minimum wage earners. For income of up to $70,000 a year, an affordable house price would be $328,000. One and two person households in Niagara Falls is 63.1% of our municipality. So it shows you the need. Some people have 4-bedroom homes, they don't need it. We have 63.1% of one and two person household. I thought this was interesting. Fixed income seniors, a single person brings in $1,617. So when you think about how much they have to, and just as our CAO was talking about Ontario Works or ODSP, a couple brings in $2,503. Singles spend 59% of their income on housing. Affordable is supposed to be 30% or less. So households would require $119,000 income for a home of $560,000. And that's right now our affordable house, $539,640. So I'd like to look at implementing some agreements with I talked about this before, about the agreements about affordable and attainable. Let's have some accountability on the other end. We can't just say, okay, yes, they're affordable, you build them, and then we don't know what's going on after. So my motion is to review the housing strategy report for education purposes, information, and for discussion of council. Because I know through a lot of our meetings in the last little while, we're talking about affordable housing, and it's not jiving with what reality is.
Okay, thank you for that. So are you, you're gonna make your, so that was 14.2. So you're making your motion?
Yes, that's my motion to review the housing strategy report for education, information, and discussion for council.
Do you have a seconder, or you haven't arranged one? No? Okay, do it. Seconder, Councillor Campbell. Do you have any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call. Yes.
One question.
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can have strategy in a place. We can say we want a housing for maybe $100,000 in Niagara Falls, but it only happens if we have developers coming through to develop those lands. That just for my understanding.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. That's correct. Obviously, you have to have willing parties to do that. We do have a policy in place to kind of encourage and ask them how they're kind of meeting our threshold for affordability. And like I said last meeting, a lot of them are stepping up to the table, more at the moderate to high level. Once you start to get into the low and moderate level, it's a little trickier, and that's where you see regional incentives come into play, not-for-profit housing, because again, the model is tougher to work with making profit when you're into that low to moderate, just because of land costs, construction costs, all those things that they have to pay for.
Well, because in the last 2 years, almost 2 years as a councillor, that there's a very first development that we are we just discussed today is the non-for-profit development in the last 2 years. And we can't do the specific zoning, and we can't decline application because there is not enough affordable housing, can we?
Through your worship to the councillor. So, yeah, no, in terms of the not-for-profit we have, obviously the zoning's going to come forward. That's something that the council have to consider. It's a decision, we have a public meeting and a process for that, but obviously the need for affordable housing is great and something that would be weighed by staff when that application came forward in light of the zoning amendments.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments to the motion? Okay, seeing none, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that passes, that gets approved. Okay, Councillor Coco, you've got another one up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Those opposed, can anyone opposed? Okay, 1, 2, 2? Okay, 2.
Thank you. 14.3 is the Integrity Commissioner report. We had a report on our last council meeting from the Ombudsman strongly recommending that we remove the $500 Integrity Commissioner fee. I think that we should do some research into this to see what other communities are doing and strongly consider the Ombudsman recommendations. In Niagara Falls, we raised it from $200 to $500, and the Ombudsman strongly recommended to remove it. When there was a complaint to the Ombudsman, again, the Ombudsman, when there was a complaint to the Ombudsman, then he strongly recommended again to remove the $500 fee. The fee should not be a deterrent. It should be an administration fee. It shouldn't be, well, consider it more that you're going to file it. That shouldn't be the filing. It's administration fee. It's not a penalty fee. And I do realize that we had a lot of Integrity Commissioner complaints, and we've spent a lot of money on it. Other cities' filing fees: Brantford, Grimsby, and Ottawa, $0. Hamilton and Kingsville, $100. Belleville, Norfolk, Elliott Lake, $150. Haldeman, $200. Town of Russell, $250. Some of them I couldn't find, so I didn't put them on there. St. Catharines is $40.75. It's an administrative fee. And I know when our CAO came here, he looked at all of the work that our staff put in and adjusted the fees for the amount of work. I know our clerk said that there's not a lot of staff work into an Integrity Commissioner complaint. It's basically filing it and passing it on to the Integrity Commissioner. It's not $500 worth of time. Welland, Niagara-on-the-Lake, and region, as far as I can tell, is $0, but I couldn't find it saying no fee. There was no listing, so I want you to know about that. A fee should not be a barrier to make a complaint, and it should not penalize a complainant for exercising their statutory rights. I understand that the dollar figure for the Integrity Commissioner is quite high. We could also look at some of the other processes that are used. Some municipalities are putting all Integrity Commissioner complaints and their annual reports on the website, so it's very transparent, easy to see, and that people will see that. And both Welland and the region have an informal process to be investigated before the formal process. It's not mediation like I brought up before. It's a completely separate informal process. It's an informal conversation with certain parties that we would set up. We could look into it. It could be an informal discussion with the councillor, the complainant, the CAO, mayor, I don't know, or the clerk, but there's different ones that have different ones. But it's very informal. And people go through that. If it gets worked out, then a formal complaint is not filed. If it can't be worked out, then a formal complaint is filed. Yes, our Integrity Commission fees have been high, but so are other municipalities. I looked at a few of them. It's hard because they're in different years, and I don't know. One was $59,000 for the year, one was $60,000 for the year. So I would like our staff to prepare a report on Integrity Commissioner complaints from other cities in the region to include the number of complaints, the cost of the complaints, and the filing fee. I believe getting more information is an important process in our decision making, and we should have that information before moving forward and just disregarding it.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you have a second for that motion?
I do not. I'm leaving it up to council.
Okay, do we have a second for this motion? Is there a second? Okay, we're not gonna have a second on that one, Councillor.
I can understand if you said not a second, but I think Councillor Pietrangelo said we've already had a report on this. Did we have a report of other cities and the costing? I don't remember that.
We did at one point, we did it, I think it was last term of council. When we had, Niagara Lake was, I think they were the highest at the time. I don't remember all the numbers. I know you said you didn't have a number for them, but they were at the
Yeah,
time.
for Niagara on the Lake, I had 59,000, but that was from March 19th.
No, for the cost to file.
Oh, it's not listed.
No, but it was the highest, and I want to say it was like $600 or $500. It was a high number. I remember they had a very high one. But but this council made a decision. We don't care what the other cities do.
If
We
it was
have
last
hundreds-
council,
Pardon me?
if it was last council, this council did not make the decision. And if I understand correctly, a new council can make a new decision. Can we at least get the report then?
Well, we can make a decision, but this council, I don't think.
No,
I
that's
think-
fine.
Yeah.
But you did say that this council made a decision.
Pardon me?
You did say that this council made a decision.
Yeah, well, okay, I don't mean this current council. I meant a council here, Niagara Falls Council.
Didn't this council choose to receive and file the ombudsman report?
Yes, twice. Yes,
Okay,
we did
so
twice.
we have already made a decision, right?
Yes, that's right.
We have made a decision. I'm asking for a report with information. I'm not asking to change the decision. I'd like to see the
I
information.
know, I understand that,
Yeah.
but if we don't have a second, we're not
That's
gonna get
fine.
a report.
If I can't get a second, can I please have the last year's, the last
Oh,
term's
yeah,
report?
of course. Of
Thank
course
you.
can. You can get that. Mr. Clerk, that's public information, is it not? Yeah, okay. Next up is, so Councillor Strange's, we're deferring. And then the last one is 14.5, Cummington Square parking. Councillor Nieuwesteeg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I had a number of the business owners in Cummington Square approach me regarding the parking situation there. Weekends it's free, during the week they have to pay, and they're just concerned about their customers and clients. being
Weekends are
able-
free, or during the week is free?
No, weekends free.
Right now?
Yeah, and during the week you have to pay. So anyway, there's inconsistency there. There's certain parts that are free, other parts that aren't. So I think it's something that we should have reviewed by staff. So if we can have staff report back, look at, even speak with the business owners and ask what they're looking for and what is the best option. Make sure that the intent is that customers are able to have parking in front of the stores and not have to pay for it.
Okay, motion, do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Pietrangelo? Okay, yes? I don't know if you're waving to me, or if you're, okay, just want to make sure. Okay, Councillor Lococo?
I have one concern, Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, if it would be a friendly amendment. I'd also like to include Main and Ferry and downtown. I don't think it's fair for us to treat one very differently than the other, so let's look at all of the information on all three of them.
Well, when, in the past, just for, history, we have done them completely separate. We don't ever tie them together. So Queen Street BIA would come to us with a request, and we did give them free parking at one time. Then they came back and said, please make it only 1 or 2 hour. So we've never said you have to do it Main and Ferry and Chippewa. So I don't think we need to tie them together. I don't see why they would be tied together.
My understanding is the downtown BIA paid for that parking.
They didn't pay. It came out of the CIP,
Okay.
Community Improvement Program. So they don't pay for it per se.
Okay, I don't mind getting a report. I'll look at it. That's fine.
Actually, I'm not in favor of the friendly amendment. I'm going to speak from the Main Ferry. We already have parking issues there as it is, so because of the exchange and everything else, I don't know if that would be something that, I can't speak for the Main Ferry BIA, but that's not something I would want to add without going back to them and seeing what the business owners there would want.
Okay.
I can't speak for downtown.
Thank you. I've had calls saying if you do it in one area, why is it free for them, and if not doing it in another area? So that's all I was looking for, was to look at different, the three different ones. I'm not saying put it in place, I'm just saying let's look at it. I didn't know that it was free on the weekend in Chippewa, so if we could look at the differences of the three areas, because if one is free, why is another one not?
So what I had suggested to our CAO, because we're going through a lot of growing pains right now, that we do it's called a parking optimization study. and there are companies that'll come in and do that for us. And they will find areas, for example, they do hospitals, they do cities. They've done work in Niagara Falls before. This one company, I was just picking his brain, now that we've taken over the parking lot at the corner of Stanley and the 420, and we had that operational during the eclipse. And I asked him about, and he said some hospitals, they now do shift parking where they park in the lanes in between the parking lots because you're there for a 12-hour shift. So they found ways to maximize space and maximize revenues. So there's lots of ways to do that. I think rather than cherry picking, we should do a proper study and look at all areas and all of our lots, potentially. You know, so anyway, I've just had it cite, I'm sorry, we're going off. There's a motion that's seconded, so we should stick with your motion right now.
Okay, actually, the friendly amendment, maybe we can't, because Main Ferry has a whole other parking issue right now because of the exchange, so maybe we should be looking at it differently than free, but just how do we even get more parking, because we have an issue over there.
Well, the only problem with this is because it's you gave a notice of motion, right?
So that's,
yeah,
but anyway.
It can't really be amended.
That'll be.
Yeah, so why don't we do this, and then, so I did talk to, I mean, we're recovering from this eclipse, right? But I did suggest to him, I realized we have opportunities, dynamic pricing, you know, things like, or they call surge pricing. So anyway, there's probably good opportunities for the city to do a better job with parking, including now with the exchange, because that's a challenge now, finding parking. Yeah, and I know they'll all end up in your parking lot. Told you should start charging. Yes, is it to this motion? Yes. Okay, yes.
I understand what's going on, but I'm just wondering if you decide to make it free parking, what do you do? How do you take care of how long you can park there? Is it specific to a specific area?
Yes.
Like in that square there, would it be like a half an hour?
Well, that's why we're going to get a report back.
Okay.
So we don't know. There's options.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. You ready to call the vote, Councillor? Did you want to speak?
No, I think this was refer Paul Brown, and because he could have, if they take of the fees, and you would have a lot of other people, why we would the same thing. I think that's really not good.
Okay. So then we have a motion, seconded. We'll have staff come back with a report on the parking situation in Covington Square. We'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, I'm just concerned about the motion actually says be directed to remove the paid parking. It's not to study it or anything.
What was it, to remove, or was it to have a report on removing?
No, it says to remove.
I thought last week when I had spoken, our last meeting, was that we were to look at
I thought so
different
too.
options.
Is it possible that we have a typo in that? I understood it to be that we were gonna get something back from staff, but I don't know. Do we have any insight, Mr. Clerk?
I would think that it's listed here as the way it was written and submitted by the councillor, but I think that's a perfect amendment to suggest that it be a report.
Yeah. So what do we need to do to make this all official?
I would just have the mover and the seconder confirm what it is the direction to staff is.
Yes.
For staff to look staff to report back what is the best way to handle the parking for the business owners there.
Okay, so all those in favor? Okay, and that's approved, Mr. Clerk. Is there any new business, by the way? No? That was pretty quick, Councillor Campbell. You moved quick. Now looking at bylaws. Councillor Pietrangelo. And I should say welcome back, Councillor Pietrangelo has been awake.
I took care of it when you were gone.
But he had surgery, but we did it in your name, in your honor.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's good to be back, and thank you, welcome back. I should have mentioned that in the mayor's remarks, I didn't know, but he had surgery and now he's back and everything's all good, yes. So you're making the motion? Give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading? Okay.
I'm opposed to 2024-040, that's setting the tax levy. I was opposed to the report.
Okay. Looking for a second, Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. Adjournment? Councillor Thompson, wow, he moved fast. There was a kung fu move there. Second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? All right, we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.